recap for last week. You all kind of came together on the planet Denon, and for various reasons, you ended up aboard the starship Far Ranger with the mission of heading to the Dolder sector, to the planet Druckenwell, and you were there with the objective to basically interview a suspect being held on Druckenwell and determine the value of his information and whether or not he could be used as a source of information, and if it was worth making a deal with him. So you all made your way to Druckenwell and landed on the planet and were escorted to a temporary holding facility where your target was being held. And while you were there, you were interviewing him. There was, I think, some pretty intense grilling going on, one might say. And I think he was in the process of giving up some valuable information when an assassination attempt was made, and all hell broke loose in the facility. So what ended up happening was, I think, Chen, you stayed behind to guard Orville, the criminal that was being detained, while Officer Concord ripped off in pursuit after these guys, followed closely by S41 or N41. And unfortunately for everybody involved, your quick-thinking pilot outside managed to block off the exterior doors with your speeder and trap them inside. Unfortunately, it appears their getaway vehicle got away. Somehow blasted through the front gate and got out of security. And a fight ensued at the end of the hallway. A grenade went off. Somebody vaporized. But in the end, as it's like the SWAT team moved in, like the riot crew moved in, they found N41 and Roddick. Gotta tone your mic gain down a little bit there, Foster. Found Roddick and N41 standing over two incapacitated would-be assassins. So we pick up, I think probably 2 hours later. Roddick is just getting out of the infirmary in the facility, and yes, no, it did not, Roddick. We'll definitely get to that sort of stuff. I think.
Do I do anything since I've been in the infirmary? I'm not sure if I.
Yeah, I'm getting to that, man.
Oh, cool.
So I think you've been in the infirmary getting treated. You were pretty bad off, if I recall. Having taken like a blaster shot to the chest, and like several stun blasts, and then of course your close encounter with the plasma grenade. And I think while you've been in the infirmary, Jen, you've been in the command center, kind of overseeing the like the lockdown of the facility, as reinforcements from nearby law enforcement precincts have arrived to lock down the facility, and like now, like the place is all over the news. You can see on the HoloNet images from like floating droid cams of like aerial shots of the exterior of the facility where the gate has been blown open, and you have like several police vehicles like parked outside blocking it off, and there's like a cordon basically around the entire outside block, and you have like a huge amount of police presence here now. And I think you're with Narsh, the security chief. While this is happening, N41, you've been in the maintenance bay, and you're like I think N41, you and Roddick are like being treated as like heroes of the hour almost. The riot team like found you guys over the smoldering smoldering bodies here, and you're all like definitely lambasted as heroes, and there's been much slapping on the back going on, and the local techs are seeing to N41 and wiping the scuff marks from the explosion off of him. And I think Rayla, you're probably in the command center with Jen, but you're probably like seated at an observer's chair somewhere, like kind of awkwardly not sure what to do.
Seems legit.
Yeah. You certainly have all your weapons back right now. Like the facility is basically like they're treating it like they've like come under attack, and they've got like an increased amount of guard presence outside. They've got like basically standing troops, and like for the last couple hours you've been working out like what's happened and what's going on.
Well, obviously the guy we're here to pick up must know something important, otherwise they wouldn't try to assassinate him.
Yeah, but don't tell him that.
Well, he's not in the room right now.
No, I think you say that and you look over, and on one of your monitors there in front of you, Chen, there's an image of like basically their highest security holding cell here, although you know by now that this is not a prison. This is not a maximum security facility. This is like a temporary holding facility.
Like a police department, right? Essentially.
Yeah, pretty much. And you have like an image of him seated in a chair in the middle of a white room, and he's like handcuffed behind the chair, I think. Maybe not. Like it depends on what sort of take you would have gone with him, like if you would have given him some leeway or not. But like inside the room you can see that there's like four armed guards like at each corner basically.
I think
Or your
Roddick's
own
going to.
protections.
I think as soon as Roddick gets a chance to get a word in edgewise to the warden here, that I'm going to request that basically anybody that survived that attack, including the guy with a face full of flechettes, be moved to interrogation for cross interrogation with this guy immediately.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think both of them have been also receiving treatment for their injuries. I think there was some note about like the I guess the facility nurse, a live Kaminoan who treated you, has been picking flechette darts out of this guy's face and neck for the last hour.
That's awesome.
That poor bastard.
Definitely
I
have some
personally think it
questions
would be
for
quite
them.
unpleasant to remove darts from one's own face.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
where's the assassin and the living guard that got taken down with him?
That's who I'm talking about. The guy's getting his dart taken out of his face, and the other guy.
Yeah, so I mean
Assassin was the
they're
one
both
with
they're both kind of undergoing treatment for their injuries. The guy who Roddick shielded is definitely less injured. Like he's only got like very, very, very minor burns from the plasma explosion.
So they're like in a medical wing or something? Okay.
They're in the medical wing, but they're like under constant guard. There's like 4 guards in there with them with like full riot armor on.
Don't take all the flechettes out. Pulling them out could get some answers. But yeah. Yeah, I think as soon as Roddick can rejoin Jin.
Yeah, like I
definitely
think you
going to-
probably are walking into the command center right now, looking sufficiently better. I'm finding what I'm going to roll
like
on your
4
healing right
hours
now.
on the paralyzed poison or something.
Yeah, like that guy. That's the thing. Like the guy who's flechetted is still out for another hour.
That's a good point. I forgot how I forgot a max roll on the hour
Yep.
thing too.
So yeah, you walk in, and you see Chen there at the command center, like next to the facility coordinator.
Rayla's
And
probably
you
leaning back in a chair.
Yep.
So what about that? So about that easy pickup.
He crosses his arms and just looks at Drayla and says, "I told you they'd come for him." He doesn't even act remotely surprised by this. So he does take a few steps further into the room and say, "I thought that they might wait until we left the facility, of course, but." And he's just gonna trail off and kind of
At
look at
least
Rayla
one
and
got
say,
away.
"Yeah."
They had an escape vehicle, shot their way out.
Radek's gonna nod and say, "You did the right call, locking the doors like that." It's
Yeah, I
noted.
think Narsh looks over to you, and in the last session, I described him as being a Rhodian, but I did not remember that Rhodians could not speak Basic. But retcon his race slightly. He's just a human. He looks to you and he says, "I'm sorry or they got away. We've still got cars out there looking, but somehow they managed to slip the net."
How did an armored hover vehicle slip the net in a city? I'm going to ask with a bit of a
And what about the giant turbo laser that we saw coming in? Where was that when we needed it?
Was that one of the first things you probably looked into?
that was the first thing on my mind.
You definitely have determined by now that the vehicle had a valid IFF signature, like a transponder in it, and the security guard who was in the turret actually went to fire at the vehicle, and he got a manual or he got like an automatic override because it was recognizing that he was attempting to fire at a vehicle registered as one of the security transports.
Right. So they had a valid police vehicle, or at least something that was programmed to look like one.
Yeah.
Well, I think we need to start hauling the prisoners back to our ship because they're obviously not going to be safe here.
I think like there's a moment where you say that, and Narsh like looks at you and he says, "Well, we really appreciate your help, and of course you have your own prisoner, but these two," and he points to the camera in the med bay. They assaulted our precinct, and they killed several of our officers. We can't just let them go. Not these are clearly criminals on DRUCKENWELL.
Well, I'm gonna have to pull rank on him because everyone in this facility is kind of a suspect in my investigation now, so the whole thing's under our jurisdiction.
Do you want to give me a bureaucracy roll?
Let me dig up my character sheet.
This could be interesting. Oof.
Yeah, I'm not trained in that.
Yeah, so you know that somewhere in the rule book, your handbook, there's probably something that states that you can probably take this over as you were already tangentially involved in this investigation, and they're supposed to provide cooperation and stuff, but you cannot find you cannot remember, and you can't quickly find an instance where you're they're required to submit to your authority. And yeah, you do recall that your you're supposed to cooperate, and yeah, you can't find any like passage in your memory that gives you like complete jurisdiction over them in this sort of matter to just overthrow them.
I think Roddick's gonna come up and tap Jen on the shoulder and say, "I think you're going about this the wrong way. If our ship's not ready to face face the syndicate in space, and if they're still out there, you can bet that this isn't the last attempt." I'm gonna kind of cross my arms and say that perhaps we should make our position known, but not have the prisoners there. Lure what's left of this element into an ambush, and see exactly who's all's on our tail. Maybe get some answers from these two first. I'm gonna kind of motion over towards the both the unconscious and the conscious prisoner.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, but where do you want to put the prisoners, and where do you want to set the ambush? We really only have two places we can do these things.
Roddick's gonna turn to the warden and say, "You think there's any hotels in town that we might be able to clear out for police business, for ranger business?"
He looks a little aghast. He says, a hotel. Yeah, he looks a little bit
that, a hotel
befuddled.
would be a bit pricey. A warehouse would probably be cheaper.
Well, yeah, he says it's not so much the price is well, you're essentially talking about luring them into an ambush.
Roddick's gonna pause and say, "What about safe houses? Surely your law enforcement agencies have some
I can't
safe
abide
houses.
that on civilian property.
What of safe houses? Surely your law enforcement agency must have some."
If you need some place to stay on the planet, I'm sure we can come up with a safe house.
He's gonna nod and say, "We're gonna need some place to keep the prisoners extra safe. We don't want them to actually."
Again, I can give you custody of the human, but of the other two, he shakes his head. There's no way I'm going to be able to get that over with my superiors. They're going to want blood from these two. They killed officers.
Well, if we make them bait, take them with us, I'm sure that there'll be blood from them one way or another. I'm gonna kind of glance over to them. That one's too valuable, but these two could potentially lure some more of the syndicate out.
I prefer to get some words out of the assassin before we get blood.
So I think you get like a chirp on your comm link from the guy in I guess maybe even the head nurse who says that the one that you basically saved from the explosion, Roddick, is ready to be questioned.
Roddick's gonna turn to Jin and say, "So who's gonna ask? Who do you want to take?"
Yeah, I think as he says that, you look back to the security feeds and you see that at the same time your informant is basically waiting there, twiddling his thumbs, doing nothing.
The guy who's in the holding cell, right?
Yeah.
That's the informant, Orville or whatever.
Yeah.
You gonna talk to Orville, Jin?
Well, I want to gang up on this guard first and see if we can dig up some information about the assassination attempt.
He nods, and I think Roddick's gonna motion over to Rayla and say, "So, you did good, rookie. Maybe you should stick with me during this interrogation." And he's gonna motion over to the droid and still signals that keep an eye on Jin. He doesn't exactly isn't exactly ready for a firefight from the seams of or sounds of it. But he knows what he's doing when it comes to interrogation. I'm going to basically, I guess, kind of tell signal, not too privately though, and then I'll turn back to Jen and say, "Go ahead, lead on. I will let you take
Your
lead
mic
on
is not
this
activating at
investigation."
all, Foster.
So, can we, the one that's conscious, can we, like, drag his ass to an interrogation room?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
My little hand comes out and does a little salute.
Yeah, by now you have your blaster reinserted. By the way, everybody has all their stuff again. Like
Awesome.
you're fully expected to defend yourself in the facility now. Like they don't know what exactly is going on, but they're very clearly worried that somebody would make an attempt like within the facility.
Wonder why.
Indeed. So, I'll go with you, Roddick, but I'm not sure what you expect me to do. I don't really know much about interrogation.
If you have any future of the Sector Rangers, you certainly need to learn. He seems
The
utterly
mo-
convinced that you're planning on a career here.
The more armed people that we have in the room with him, I think the easier it'll be to weasel some information out of him.
By the way, Radek, you regain 12 hit points.
Ooh, nice.
So yeah, let's pick him up and just kind of shove him along and get him in an interrogation room. Alone, preferably.
All right. So you're going to be taking the conscious assassin. Is that correct?
Oh, is
Yep.
he conscious now? I thought we were taking the
There's
other
two
one.
assassins. One of them's still unconscious from the darts. One
Yep,
of them
the-
is conscious, and then you
the
have
guy-
your informant.
The guy I saved from the explosion, basically.
He was the one like dressed as the guard, right?
Yeah, there was one guy who's dressed as a guard who's still alive. The other, the prisoner guy, he was shielded by N41.
Notably, the guard had a stun pistol, and the prisoner guy had the regular straight-up blaster. So
Yeah, so the guard is the one we're taking, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think as you get there to the
The other one's
he's
still
been moved.
unconscious.
Yeah, he's been moved from the medical wing to like a holding cell, and you get there and you're handed like a data pad. And the officer there, like outside the cell, says, "I'm sorry, sir. This is all we've been able to come up with." And he hands it to you, and it's basically a like a summary of this guy's record and file. And it shows that he was actually a former member of the Druckenwell Security Force, the DSF. But that was terminated like 5 years ago for like I think he was under investigation from Internal Affairs, and he ended up like stepping out or quitting. Like it looks like the circumstances were somewhat vague, and since then he's been working private sector.
I think Roddick's going to mutter to Jen as we walk into the room, kind of under my breath, that we should find out who got him in the building. That's what my primary burning question is right now. Somebody had to let his
I can't
outdated
imagine he was
credentials
dumb enough to
through.
have any identification on him. But maybe a tattoo of some sort, maybe of some type. I don't know what kind of organization we're talking about, but
Well, somewhat more concerning to me is that if someone didn't let him in and they had enough information or knowledge of the facility to get in on their own.
someone works in a place long enough. I don't find that surprising at all.
I find it surprising with a prison, Roddick's going to
That's,
comment
maybe you haven't
very.
looked around, Roddick, but it's not a prison. It's a local police department. There's a bit of a difference.
Still a jail. Lockup should be secure.
Well, everyone in here is a suspect right now. And we don't really have time to
You say
sort
that,
through
and I
the
think
mess.
the nearby guard bristles a little bit just at the edge of earshot, but he doesn't make any. He attempts to not look like he heard that.
In any case, we don't have time to sort through the whole mess, so I think we need to figure out who sent them and why, and start getting to the bottom of that.
Roddick's gonna cross his arms and say, I'll follow your lead on this one, Jin. You have a way with. Sorry, I might cut out. Yeah, they have a way with words sometimes.
And I'll say, well, lucky for me, you have a way with weapons sometimes, too.
But only sometimes.
That's gonna make him chuckle a slight bit. So, what's your moves, Jen?
Well, let's pile in the room there and start giving him our best, our best evil glares.
I wish to aid him on interrogation by shining a bright light in his face.
I
Yeah,
knew
yeah.
that was gonna come up.
That
Oh,
works
that's
for me.
awesome.
All right,
Let's
so
do
yeah,
it.
the guard turns around when you're ready, and he enters like a key code and opens up the interrogation room. You see that there's like basically your typical plexiglass wall here, where there's like some sort of observation room. Rayla, are you coming in or are you observing? Okay, so so you move to the observation room, and you move in there, and you hear from like tinny little speakers in the observation room, that you hear them walk into the room, and you hear like little treads from N41. 1 second. So you hear the treads of N41, and the door eventually closes, and they're in there with the prisoner. He's no longer in his guard uniform, although he does have like what apparently like some under fatigues that he was wearing. It's it's Rhodian with dark green skin. His name is Rugo Danao, and he was once a member of the DSF. Like he looks at you guys as you enter, and like he looks very very warily at Roddick.
I think Roddick just going to currently be standing there. Was there any fruit in the cafeteria on the way in? I'm just wondering.
Fruit?
Yeah, any kind of fruit. Not sure if they even have anything like that.
Yeah, you can get fruit from a fruit dispenser or from a food dispenser, I guess.
Okay. Whatever the closest thing is to an apple analog, I'll just be kind of carrying it casually at the second.
Okay. All right. Yeah. We can say you have one. Are you gonna like just start hardcore and just start with the spotlight to the face?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Start with the spotlight to the face and just ask him straight up. So you're ready to die, are you?
Okay. So
I don't successfully assist, but
yeah, like I think this happens and he gets like really annoyed. Like maybe he's actually seen this tactic used before, and like he's really uncomfortable by the situation, and he's sweating. And it's still off-putting, but you can tell that like it's having the opposite reaction. It's not making him sweat due to nervousness. It's like he's like it definitely gets him irate. So yeah, you flash on the spotlight right in front of his face, and his big, bulbousy black eyes kind of wince, and he's like Uchakuna. And does anybody actually speak Rhodese in here?
I do, actually.
Okay, good. Yeah, you recognize that he's saying like, "God damn it, that is really bright."
Say, well, you must have thought yourself quite a good assassin to have been able to sneak in here and get all the way to the target, but you never even touched him, and You got defeated by a droid with a bright light. How does that feel?
Like he winces and he like looks in the direction of the droid, and then he looks in the direction of Roddick, and he says, Ukisho Nana, Utoto Hanhina. And like he like for your translation, he's like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think Ronnie's gonna sit down at the interrogation table next to Jen and just be listening at the moment.
I'll say, well, it's unfortunate that you don't know what I'm talking about, because the people who hired you almost definitely want you dead now, and I can tell you that a lot of the guards in here want you dead too. So I'm the only thing keeping you alive right now.
There's definitely a flinch at that, but he like you can see his little antenna on top of his head, and he's trying to remain cool.
Roddick's gonna turn and say, "I don't want you dead. I have questions to ask." And then I'm going to set my fruit down on the table while I'm just casually talking, and I'm going to break out my wrist dagger. It's gonna snap open really sharply, and I'm going to start peeling it very, very, very artfully and carefully.
All right. By the way, Victor, what was the command to enter an image into chat?
Oh, I'll tell you here. Just like a forum, basically. If you put, well, it doesn't work into chat. It's if you put it in a note, like any note, you just drop that in there, and it'll
okay.
link straight to it, so you can like pop an image up that way. It's very helpful.
So there's your image of Rugo.
Nice.
Yeah, so he's definitely flinching at this. And every time you slice through the I think it's probably like a Corellian like grapefruit. You can see his little antennas twitch just a little bit. Chen, you want to continue with your conversation, or you want to go ahead and give me a persuasion roll?
I'm gonna continue talking to him, I think.
All right.
Assume he's just kind of being quiet right now, right?
Yeah, like
Hasn't said anything in a while.
You get the distinct impression that he's like he knows that as a former officer of the law, his best option in these cases is to just shut up and basically say nothing. And you get the impression that that's probably what he's attempting to do.
I'm going to well, wait for just a moment.
Can I roll knowledge sociology to come up with a list of offenses that he'd possibly be facing?
Sociology would
Social
not
sciences
be it.
covers criminology. It says
Criminology is the psychology of criminals. Bureaucracy is actually criminal offenses. You can make. Oh no, you can't make an untrained bureaucracy roll, can you?
I can, because I have a heuristic processor.
Okay, yeah. If you want to make a bureaucracy roll, you can.
No, that's what it says criminology is. But okay.
I know it.
Okay.
I know what criminology is. Criminology does not include actual like listing of offenses.
Okay.
It's the study of criminal behavior.
Oh,
Ooh.
nice.
Yeah. So, let's see here.
So just you are seeing like a list of possible charges coming up on my little screen. I don't know if it'll help or not, but.
Wait, if you're rolling untrained, don't you get a -4?
I don't know.
No, I think if you're
Maybe
trained,
not.
you get a +5.
Okay, yeah. Some skills can only be used if you're trained in the skill. Yeah, it's fine. All right, so yeah. Yeah, you definitely know, like you come up with a simplistic list of charges that this guy is like definitely immediately facing. Impersonating an officer of the law, uh, like breaking into a detention facility, participating in the attempted assassination of a prisoner. There's like a laundry list.
I want to say, looks like we have enough on you to put you away for a long time, but I think we
Yeah, so I
both
guess
know with
like
how many holes there are in this facility, you wouldn't
N41
last that long.
N41 turns to you and displays this on your display, I assume.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I
Okay,
don't
yeah,
speak
so you read
binary,
that
so
off.
hopefully.
Yeah, it's in basic. It's just on the display.
Yeah, you see him sweating a little bit more. um, Roddick, are you stepping in here for bad cop, or are we getting a final roll?
I was waiting to see if Jin was going to try something. I was
No,
going to speak up if he doesn't.
Just keep going, Radek. You're good.
Okay, so he's going to let me do my thing. All right. In that
Oh,
case, I'm
boy.
going to. I'm pretty much just finishing the fruit, and I'm going to say, the funny thing about Muja fruit, the skins. And
It really
peeling them
stings
is-
when it gets in your eyes. No, I'm sorry.
No, I'm going to say the texture and the way that you have to peel it. It's very, very similar to Rhodian. And then I'm going to finish the Muju fruit. I'm going to roll it over to him and say, I've dealt with the Syndicate before, and when people screw up as bad as you do, that's how you end up. Now I'm going to lean forwards and say, let me level with you. I want to take you out of here and use you as bait. And I don't particularly care if they get you again. However, my friend here does not want that. So, really, it's either cooperate with him, or I go and ask my friend, the warden here, to let me take you out of here. And I don't think he cares too much if you come back either. You killed some people of his. And I'm going to just kind of look at him.
Make a deception check.
Okay, let me do this. This is not going to be pretty, but maybe I'll get lucky. Here,
It's
hold on
higher
one
than
second.
your persuasion, I think, if I remember correctly.
I'm at -1 perception. Hell yeah.
No, deception, not perception.
Oh, deception is what I meant.
What, -3 or something?
Oh, dear Lord.
So he looks to you. He's like a chutantino, ufunotia, and he spits at you. And he says, I know you can't. You can't do that. You can't. Like, no matter what they think I've done, you can't take me out of here and just turn me over to them.
Radek crosses my arms and just says, "How little you understand me."
And he says, like, your threats mean nothing to me, big man. And I think Jace is actually having to translate all this, Roddick, since you don't speak Rhodese.
That is probably true.
I feel like it's probably fair to say that I'm not even bothering to translate it, just kind of understanding it myself. It's not like Radek really needs to know what he's saying exactly to get that, he's not
Okay, so
impressed.
it looks like he's definitely not being impressed by Roddick. Jen, you're definitely losing the situation here. You have had like a few advantages from your initial handling of the situation, and like Roddick's initial kind of threatening manner, and the help from N41. But you can see you're kind of swiftly starting to backpedal. He's definitely looking a little bit more defiant.
Gee, thanks, Radek.
We're helping.
So
I
Jen,
want to open a quick comm to Rayla in the observation room and
okay.
ask
So
her
like
if
you
there's...
step away and like turn your back to him and like open your comm link.
Yeah.
Your
ask
comm link
her if,
chirps, Rayla. Oh, okay.
Well,
So,
that's
yeah, like you pull out your comlink, and then you remember that your somewhat less than legitimate friend doesn't never gave you a comlink number.
well,
You do
that's
know that she's
unfortunate.
probably on the other side of the glass right next to you.
I'm gonna
Jim?
say, well, I guess you've chosen to just be bait then, since you're not going to cooperate with us. And as we all know, the more blood in the water there is, the better the bait. Right,
Signal.
Roddick?
Roddick's going to just kind of nod at that and say, perhaps some general population time after such a blunder might make him rethink things. And I'm going to turn over to kind of look to Signal and ask him if he knows of any.
There's like a question mark appearing on the screen.
Knows any what?
What?
Oh,
He knows
think we
how to
lost-
fix Victor's internet connection.
No, it's not his internet. It's Victor refusing to get a new keyboard after years of it being broken.
Sorry about that. I had it completely jammed up. Yeah, you were right. It was my keyboard. It dicked up on me. And yeah, definitely. I'm gonna ask him maybe some time in general population will maybe make him rethink a few things.
All right, give me one final roll here, Chen. It sounds like you're going the deception route here.
Well, before that, I'm gonna say, all right, Roddick, it's time to put some blood in the water.
Can I assist?
Take
him on
out
deception?
that fancy dagger of yours and knock off one of those twitchy antennae of his.
Roddick's going to turn to Signal and ask what the status of advanced interrogation techniques are on this planet. Legal status.
Probably illegal.
Yeah, you like unless you're actually going to make a systems check of the bureaucracy here, you know that like that's definitely a thing that's most likely illegal.
What about just hitting him with a net launcher right to his
Well-
chair and throwing
well,
him? I guess he's
Me
already tied to
telling
the chair.
me
so.
telling him that doesn't necessarily represent him speaking that out loud. He can tell you what he wants. What do you say, Signal?
Goes good says possibly highly illegal.
Yeah, so you see that on his screen, but you don't see anything like the prisoner can't read this.
Roddick will turn to Jin and say, "Do you want me to take it off, or just to skin a little off the top?"
And then like he definitely like he's like and like he's like his little tentacle antenna are like twitching wildly, and he's like backing up in the seat, and like it's like starting to like skitter across the floor. He's like, you can't do that, and he's like yelling for the guard outside.
Can I display an ASCII art image of a Rodian's antenna being cut off?
Yes,
That's possible.
let me think what roll
Assist
this.
on deception.
Yeah, give me a deception roll.
Yeah.
So Roddick, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be currently. I'm going to very casually be wiping the blade, the Muju juice off my blade on my arm as I'm standing up.
I'm
Okay.
gonna
Looking at it
say,
very.
I'm gonna say, you know, I
unless
never
you
really
actually
liked.
unless you
never
actually
really
intend to
liked
do this,
Rodians.
give me a deception roll.
I don't intend to do this. However, if push comes to shove and it doesn't flinch my bluffs, I am going to grab them and grab the little twitchy things, and I'm going to give him a good old-fashioned Roddick squeeze. But let's see if the deception goes off first. to hurt him, not enough to leave marks. All right, here we go.
All right. Chen,
Damn it, I knew I should have just pulled out my gun.
give me one.
Deception?
Yep. With either their aid or their hindrance. You don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be a bear thing, if at all. Let me let me contemplate here behind my GM screen.
Well, failing an aid doesn't hurt you. Doesn't give a bonus.
Thank you, non-GM.
I'm just saying that's what the book says, but
We need Bunko here, damn it. That reception would have been awesome.
I have a feeling the whole Japanese schoolgirl outfit would hurt his deception also.
I can shapeshift my tits to be as big as I want to.
So I'm going to say that your successful aid lowers the negative deception check modifier by 1 step, because him knowing procedure had a very hard time believing you were actually going to do this. So that's lowering that 1 step. Your actual roll was a 15. Yeah, he clams up. He backs all the way to the door, and like he shuts his eyes when Roddick like grabs his antenna, but like he basically just totally shuts down under your kind of bewildering assortment of random threats.
Roddick's going to step back and look to Jen and say, I have an idea. I need to go speak with the warden. And I'm going to start heading towards the door if nobody stops me.
Yeah, so you shove the chair out of the way of the door and then leave.
And while Roddick's doing that, I'm going to grab him roughly by the cuffs and take him to a holding cell.
Okay. All right. So everybody exits the room, and you lead Rugo, the slightly terrified but defiant Rhodian, out of the interrogation room. So yeah, you lead him out, and Roddick, you're going to see the warden.
Yeah, I'm going to go see the warden.
Yeah. So Narsh is in the command center. He's looking a little bit grim. You see that he had a security feed open to the interrogation room, but he says nothing when you enter.
I think Roddick's going to step in and say that I think our best bet is to lure them out yet. I'm going to pause for a second and the motion down to the screen and say that he knows what will happen if he breaks. And I'm going to sit and kind of almost offer a slight chuckle and say he's a lot smarter than the person we came to pick up in that way. I'm gonna look to the warden and say I do have a plan to lure them out, but we're gonna need your help.
Yeah, he looks at you, his arms kind of crossed, and he says, I told you I don't know what all I can do to help you. My superiors are already breathing down my neck. I'll do what I can, but it might not be much.
Do you have anyone roughly his size and shape that is currently due for release, or at least close to it?
He pauses. He says, why?
I'm thinking if we put him in solitary, and we take out someone else, bag over their head and to his safe house, and let the trip. Seems you have the moles, so I suppose they'll be able to find said safe house. We'll be ready for him.
He pauses, and he looks like he's going to say something, and then he stops. Can you give me a persuasion roll?
I will give this a shot. If I can get to my tab. Sorry about that. There we go. Persuasion, -1. Love my -1s. And I roll a 4! Oh my god, my dice blow.
So yeah, he says, look, I can't let you take one of my prisoners. The agreement was for you to take your own, and if you agreed that that he was a necessary informant to leave planet.
He's gonna shake or
Local
cross his arms.
matters are not consistent with Ranger business here.
Roddick's gonna cross his arms and say, "Mark my words, those two will never see trial. They'll either die in prison or they'll die before their
Yeah, like
day."
he shrugs his shoulders. He says that might be it, but I can't do anything about it.
There's bigger fish here.
I literally cannot let you take any of my prisoners.
Roddick's gonna cross his arms and say, "Of course. Sector Rangers have to clean up the locals' mess again." And I'm going to turn around and walk out with a bit of disgust that he's not willing to cooperate. Or not willing to offer assistance, I suppose. And I will rejoin Jin at the nearest opportunity.
All right, so yeah, Jin, you're
the other
closing the
assassin is
cell.
probably awake at this point, right?
Just about awake now, I think. Like you realize that he should be waking up any time now. Do you want to catch him as he's waking up?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So attempt number 2. Yeah. So
Rise
like
and
maybe
shine. How's the face?
maybe you go to inquire in the infirmary when he's waking up, and the Camino and nurse responds, "Oh, yes, your prisoner." She kind of pauses. Should be arriving back to consciousness any minute now. Do you need to speak with him?
And I'll say, yes, we have some questions to ask him, but right here is fine.
Very well then. I will see to it that you have some privacy on this side of the med bay. She kind of moves gracefully out of the way, and you see that there are still guards here, but they all kind of move back. They're all back on the other side of the wall, and there's a privacy curtain here.
So yeah, let's open with Rise and Shine. How's the face?
So who is it this time? Is it you and Roddick? Is his
Yeah,
signal there?
I assume Roddick's still with me and probably Signal as well.
Yep, I will still be there.
Oh yeah, I'd be definitely with you. I'm gonna greet this guy as he wakes up.
Okay, so this one is. I have to check to see what languages this guy speaks.
For some reason, I thought this guy was a human. I have no idea why.
Yeah, he is human.
Oh, I thought it was that thing you just linked. I was like, holy crap.
No, that's the nurse. Yeah, so there's this human basically handcuffed to a medical bed, and you see he's got little bandages all over his face and neck, like dozens of them from your flechette attack, and he starts coming to consciousness. He's like, and he opens his eyes, and the first thing he sees is Roddick's face. He's like, ah, and he shakes his restraints, and he looks down, and he sees that he's restrained to the table.
I'm gonna say, come on, Roddick, give him a little breathing room, huh?
I think Roddick is going to take this opportunity to extend the clip out of his flechette and exchange the half-spent clip for a new clip very slowly and intentionally while he's letting Jin talk.
Yeah, you can see like his eyes are wide. He's looking at you out of the corner of them as you're like as you're doing this. He's like, what's going on? Where? Ah, what? Like you can see that like he's actually having kind of a hard time focusing, and you can see that like he's still somewhat under the effect of the drug.
I'm gonna say, seems you were hired to assassinate someone, and it didn't go too well for you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna say, okay. I want to call the guard over and say, hey, can we get these cuffs off him? I don't think it'll be necessary.
The guard like kind of does a double take at you. Sir, you know who this is, right?
I say, he got a face full of flechettes a few hours ago, and the guy who gave it to him is right here. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, he kind of looks warily at you, but then yeah, he moves forward and undoes the binders, and the the prisoner kind of like glares, and again you still see that his eyes aren't like totally focusing, and he's rubbing his wrists as they finally come free. He kind of sits up. The guard moves back to the other side of the room, not quite in view.
I'm gonna say, well, whatever you know or don't know, it seems like you've landed yourself in a really unfortunate situation. You were supposed to assassinate somebody, and you failed completely and got captured.
So yeah, he looks around. He's like, how did I get here? Well, where am I?
I'm just gonna respond very clearly.
I'm gonna say our mutual friend here gave you a load of trank darts to the face, but we've been fixing you up here for the last couple hours.
It's like, I don't understand. Where am I? He looks very confused.
Say Druckenwell security.
He just kind of gives you a blank stare.
I'm gonna wave my hand in his face and say, hello, anybody home?
Yeah, he kind of moves back and he looks at your hand. It's like, why does my face hurt?
I think as he says that, I'm going to definitely give him a clear view of my arm as I click it back shut again, the flechette gun disappearing within.
He gives you definitely like a kind of a terrified look.
I'm gonna say, my friend here is a little bit gung-ho sometimes.
Well, that's what happens when you shoot security officers. Trying to make sure he was alive for justice.
Shoot security? What do you mean? Like he's starting to look a little frightened now.
Signal! I'm gonna snap my fingers and kind of give him a look. Hopefully that he will maybe read his displaying a list of crimes this guy did.
Last time displayed previously.
I didn't understand what you just said.
I display that list I had previously.
Okay. He can't see it from the bed because like you're barely bed height, and there's like a little display on your side. It's not like a projector. Roddick, you can of course see it, and then so can Jen.
I'll start reading it off, breaking into a security facility, attempting to interfere with the Ranger investigation, so many counts of murder.
You see his face pale as you start reading these counts, and he looks like increasingly terrified.
Notably, I'm going to point to the burn mark on my armor and saying damage of Ranger property on my list of accounts.
She's like, What are you talking about?
I'm gonna say, look, we have all this on video. We have a ranger who was shot by you. There's no sense in denying it anymore.
I didn't shoot anyone. What are you? Like he's like definitely starting to breathe kind of heavy.
Do I look blind to you? Do I look like a fool?
Like
You
he's
shot me, sir.
yeah he starts to like scoot back across the bed, like his eyes wide.
I'm gonna get all up in Roddick's grill and tell him to knock it off.
See how you like it when you're talking to the guy who shoots Yuuzhan, and I'm just gonna take a step back and kind of nod my
Jed, actually.
nod my head. Almost shot Jin, but I didn't. Then I'll turn.
I'm
and
gonna
let
tell
Jin
him,
do his thing.
okay, just calm down. Look, I'm only here to help you. What's the last thing you remember?
Oh, I was. Oh my. So he goes into like a long kind of detailed story. His name is Ja, like Ja Pavin. He says he was on his way to work, and he works at a like a chip manufacturing plant, and he said he was on his way to work and someone rear-ended his car, and he kind of like that he starts to like rub his head and he's like that's the last thing I remember.
Someone rear-ended your car, and then you turned into a master criminal. I'm just gonna kind of cross my arms and give Jin this "Are you buying this?" look. Completely not buying him, even though this sounds very odd. You want to check his story out?
I'm going to kind of turn away from him, like go a few steps away, and have Signal see if he can find anything on like any like traffic reports or anything on like the
Alright.
security network.
I look about it. Is there an SCOP link nearby?
Not here, but you know that there's a link to the HoloNet out in the hall.
Does he give us his name,
Wheel out.
address?
Well,
Yeah, Ja Pavin, and he gives you his address. He looks really concerned about the whole situation.
I wheel out, I plug in, and start through records.
Can I get a perception check from Chen and Roddick?
Absolutely.
And Rayleigh, where are you during all this?
I was in that room. It was observation. I probably would have followed them when they all moved out.
Okay. You can give me a perception check too.
Perception. Where's my sheet?
And I will need a use computers check from Foster. I guess Signal.
Oh
guess
yeah.
Ooh.
Rocking the perception today, guys.
Oh yeah, same thing you did last week. Peter. Guess I'm trying to improve access first.
We have had just ass dice today.
What improve access?
The vast majority of our rolls have been sub 10 this game.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So, Signal, you start sifting through local databases. It's going to take you some time to potentially get any sort of information. So while he's doing that, you guys, do you continue interrogating your subject? I will say that Roddick, you notice that his eyes have sharpened a little bit. To you, he does seem to be acting.
Yeah, Roddick's not buying this to the start, so this is kind of buying into what he was thinking. I was gonna say that I'm actually gonna, I guess, try and maybe see if I can motion Jin out of the room for a moment.
All right, I'll go and listen to what Roddick has to say.
So, Jen, I think this guy's full of it. I'm gonna pause for a second and say that we might be able to use him, though. If you think these locals might actually buy his story, maybe we can get some sort of a tracker on him. Follow him right back to his group.
Rayla, give me another perception check.
Right, oh. Bad luck so far. Try again. Nope.
Petered on 19 and then it rolled a 3.
Okay, so was not anticipating this to come up. From out in the hall, you guys hear a commotion. And I need to figure out how he does this. Because it's like a specific check. So, Rayla, you've got your blaster pistol in your holster. Okay, so
Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going.
I'm having to look through many, many different things right now.
Uh-oh.
Types of actions. Disarm. All right, Rayla, what is your reflex defense score?
16.
16?
16.
Okay. You get a plus 10 normally to your reflex defense, but you are completely unaware of this. So I am going to say you don't get that bonus. You're not holding it in more than one hand. You're not even really holding it. Let's just get a roll from him.
Oh! It rolled onto a natural 20 and then it did to a 2.
So that was not a good roll. What is his modifier?
I somehow doubt it's a 13. Or a 14 in this case.
I doubt it too, but I gotta make sure. Because you would be surprised. Yep. So, Rayla, you're standing there, and I think like you're like kind of like glancing out into the hall, like looking after Roddick and Chen, like wondering what they're talking about, and you feel him like reach for your gun, and he jumps out of the off of the table and like starts going for your gun. You get your hand on your gun in time to stop him, but like he grabs for it and then he just makes a bolt like straight into you and tries to knock you down. At this point, I think everybody needs to roll initiative. So I'm gonna move us over to a page where we can do that.
No, don't roll yet.
Yeah, don't bother yet.
Oh, damn. Too bad too, because holy crap.
He can modify your number, but that's why he's saying move it. He made tokens. If we roll on the tokens, it puts us directly into the tracker. He doesn't have to do it.
That's so sad. I rolled a natural 20 on it.
Well, you're gonna get it, but
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm sorry about hitting that too early. The minute you said it, I was already like in the process of clicking. I apologize.
here we go. So everybody should be able to see only their own health scores. Somehow, Rodix, yours disappeared. What? Why is
Did I get healed by the
Roddick,
text?
why do you have 0 HP? Did you do something to your sheet?
No, I touched my sheet at all.
The blue bar is hit points for some reason.
Yes, it is.
I never seen these icons before. Never touched my. Wait, hang on a minute here. Yeah, actually, you know what? I know exactly why it got messed up. It'll probably fix it now. Must have when I was tabbing out, I added DO to the end of my. Oh no, crap! Now it just wiped my hit points. What the hell? Is there any way to undo that?
Oh boy. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna go to your sheet.
Technical difficulties for first hit point use.
Yeah, now my hit points got capped at 12. And when I went to my hit points, it had some weird formula, and then it blanked my hit points.
There shouldn't be a formula for hit points.
The total. At my current, for some reason, the total had like a 40 something.
All you have to do is click on total and then enter in the total.
Yeah,
I just
don't know what happened.
Just fixed it. All right.
30's not my total though.
What was it?
That's what I'm trying to remember right now. I started with 32 and then I added 11, so 43, I believe.
Okay. Do not adjust your total again.
Yep. Definitely not meaning to touch that.
All right. So everybody should only be able to see their health. We're not moving around on this board. This is literally only for the purposes of this. So open your character sheet. Select your token and hit initiative.
The top initiative, mind you, not the skill.
Stand by. I'm looking for the top initiative. I found it.
Appears to have worked.
Wow. All right, so you rolled a 20 on your first one, right? Was that a natural 20?
Yeah, natural 20 out of 28. It was crazy.
Yep. It's worth noting, Gar, you might want to allow us to
Okay,
see
that didn't
names
work.
on these tokens because they show up in the turn order.
You should be able to see names on the tokens.
I see bunkos in mine.
Yeah. I only see
So-
bunkos as well.
Wait, which one's the initiative button here?
Right below perception in the upper right hand corner under force points bad perception there's an initiative button.
Yeah, I clicked my token and then clicked that, but it didn't seem to put me on the list here.
You have your token highlighted and then click the button.
Yeah.
Left click the token, make sure it is selected. Then go to your character sheet. For instance, I can roll yours right now.
Yeah, that's what I did. Didn't work though. Weird.
Well, did a little thing pop up asking you for a modifier?
Yep, and I clicked OK. Well, you can see my roll right in chat there.
That's weird.
Where is your guys' token?
You should be
Oh
able
wait,
to see
I
it,
see.
Bunko.
Okay, there it is.
Is it
Never mind.
on a tab or something?
No, it's on the
I
active
moved
tab we're on
everybody.
Right now.
I moved everybody to the tab.
Zoom out a bit. You might be zoomed in too far. Might not see him.
Should be on a tab full of gray tiles.
Yes.
Yeah, for the name tags, there's a second option you have to click on to show name to players, as well as show nameplate. There's 2 clicks you have to hit with the token.
Can everybody see everybody's names now?
I see Jens, Bunkos, and myself, and I don't see Signals or Raylas.
Yep. I still do not see signals. Now
I see Signals now. And now I see Raylas. Sweet.
Yeah, all good.
Okay. Now I get to do his.
Yay, for being probably the only character who's not trained in perception. Yes. Not that it would have mattered with those horrible rolls.
Oh, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Well, he only rolled an 8, so...
All right, so Roddick, you get to fortunately react first. You hear a commotion out in the hallway, and you just hear a scuffle from inside of the med bay right where you left.
Without
What do you
even
do?
without even a second thought, I am going to try to burst back into the med bay while I'm breaking my right arm forwards, and my bolo net launcher is effectively
It's not a net;
well, not net,
it's a tangler.
Tangler. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so basically my bolo tangler thing is detaching from my arm right now, and I'm about to fire it if I see that guy moving
Yeah,
at all.
so you move in and you see him like directly behind Rayla. He's got like he's currently like basically like attempting to grapple Rayla. Rolls haven't been made for that yet, but like he's like right next to her. Like in physical contact. It looks like he's going for her pistol. The guards on the other end of the room haven't also rolled yet. But they look like they're attempting to act as well.
I will be willing to hit Rayla as well. I'm not sure how that would work with the tangler, but
Oh god.
Oh, joy.
since it's not a lethal round, I figured this is the best bet to keep him from getting a
Oh.
gun. I'm going to.
I thought you were
pop
shooting
it.
your darts.
Does it hit an area of effect, or is it a single target?
It's a single target, so I don't know how this is going to work. I'm
Yeah.
trying. How would this work? Can I even attempt to do that, or can I even attempt to shot
Well,
out?
it's a ranged
Can you-
attack against a target.
Can you
so...
please describe it to the GM, please?
I am firing a risk tangler gun. I'm going to try to hit this guy, and I don't care if I hit Rayla in the process, but I'm not sure if that would work. I'm trying to see if I can
You have
angle him
precise
up and
shot?
stop him from doing anything. No, I do not.
Yeah,
So
then,
that's the penalty.
then it's a -5, I think.
I'll fire at a -5 if that sounds okay.
For firing
sir.
into melee.
Not sure. Do you think I'm in a position to do that or not?
-5 because you definitely are firing into a melee.
Oh, that's fine. But so -5 sound good? I'm totally gonna go for it anyway. Figure this
Yeah.
is a non-lethal shot. Better safe than sorry. Here
Everybody,
we go.
everybody ready for this? Let's see.
Oh God.
Okay, so you fire your tangler, and like it hits Rayla in the shin. It hurts like crap, and it just flies straight past her and like smacks into the wall behind her. I'm gonna add these two guys to the initiative. I think one guy is just utterly blocked by Rayla. He just decided not to take the shot.
I'm totally going to look up how to curse in real. At this rate, I may actually be able to say it before my turn comes up.
This guy's gonna get a face full of darts again.
All right, so he is going to make another disarm attempt. You get your +10, so he is going to be making an attack against 26. That might work.
hand.
Actually, you don't actually have it in your hand. Yeah. I don't know if I even technically have to make this a disarm attack, but he rolled high enough to do it. So he pulls the gun from the holster. He doesn't have enough enough time to actually fire it, but he pulls it, and I think he points it at the back of Rayla's head. And he shouts, "Nobody move!" Guard's turn.
For reference, my blaster pistol starts on stun. Unless he's taking the time to switch it. I don't know what the action required to do that is.
What was it?
My blaster pistol starts on stun unless he switched it.
Oh, that's good. I think doing that is probably a swift, but I think it probably, I don't know. So yeah, he yells that. The other guard, like, I think he just looks and aims at him, but doesn't do anything. Like, he looks to the rest of you guys to see like what else is happening. So we're down to Chen. Chen, this guy has his gun. I guess you're still out in the hallway. I'm assuming you're running into the room.
Wait. What's going on here?
He took my blaster pistol, has it to my head.
Well, you can only see that if you run into the room or run into
Wait,
side
why,
of the
why
room.
was I in the hallway? I thought I was in the med bay.
You walked
interrogating
out
guy.
into the hallway to talk with Roddick?
Yeah, we were out talking for a second.
Well, I thought we were
Just
still in the
outside the
room
door.
talking.
No, you guys said you
Oh,
walked out
yeah.
in the hallway. That's how this happened.
You guys
He was,
said
you
you
guys left
pulled
him
him
with
aside.
Rayla. She failed her perception check. He was
Left her
not
with
bound,
Rayla
and she had a
Signal for
weapon.
second. We only stepped out for a second, unfortunately, and that's what happened.
Okay, so I'm in the hallway. Roddick's probably what, in the doorway or something?
Roddick's in the doorway, and you see he's fired a tangler.
Okay.
And you've heard like nobody move from the inside.
From the prisoner, not from me. What are you gonna do?
Let's see. I'm going to run over to the door while pulling a stun grenade off my belt. I'm gonna throw it at at Rayla and the assassin.
Oh, sorry,
I'm having
Rayla.
a great day, guys.
Both of us have tried to shoot you, Rayla. That's hilarious, or at least put you in harm's way. Friendly fire.
All right,
is
so I
truly
think
friendly.
a stun grenade is rolled with Dex. If you don't have it on your attacks, we'll have to add that eventually.
I do
Okay.
already.
All right, go ahead and roll it. I think everybody's eyes widen a little bit as they hear whoop 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 whoop.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh. Is that a
Well-
nat 20?
It is a nat 20.
Uh-oh.
Oh god, crit! Oh,
Okay, so there's a rule for area of effects with natural 20s.
Good night,
Special
guys.
combat
I
rules,
expect to be
area
unconscious
attacks.
soon.
Single area attack. Natural 20 automatic hits all targets within the affected area, but area attacks do not deal double damage on a critical hit. Okay. So you deal 11 stun damage to everybody within a 2-square radius. 2 squares is equal to 10 feet. That is Rayla, the assassin, and Roddick, unfortunately.
So it's stun damage. So it works just like Ion does against, but against regular creatures. So It does the damage listed, which is then modified by any kind of shielding or damage reduction or anything
No,
like that.
stun damage. You're supposed to take, I think
Yeah, I'm
half
saying
the
now.
damage.
You take that number, compare it, but the number rolled is compared to fort defense. If it exceeds it, then they take -2 to the condition track. If they don't, they take -1, which I take -1 myself. And then it takes half the damage listed, probably rounded down to hit points.
Okay. I need to be walked that one last time here. I'm calculating the damage here. So I take the 11 damage and I compare it to my fort defense.
If you're within the blast radius, yes.
Okay, I'm looking for my fort defense. Yeah, I'm in the blast radius. I have 14 fort defense of 16. So what does that mean for me?
That means that the damage did not exceed your fort defense, and you take 1 hit to the condition track instead of 2.
Okay, where do I set that?
Right
Oh,
next
it's
to
like
hit
a
points, there's
-1.
a condition thing.
-1. Okay.
That's a track that's going up and down.
And then how much actual damage do I take?
Half listed, so probably 5, because I'm sure everything rounds down in this game.
Okay. 5 damage, -1 on the condition track. Got it.
I need to make a roll here. See how good of a nurse she was. Ooh, not a very good one. Oh, but he still has... Okay, alright, so, your grenade goes off. And, this guy is... Oh, but wait a second. Just because he has hit points doesn't mean he's up on top of the condition track. Oh, yep. So, this is hilarious. So he had... Oh, but he has a... Okay, alright, never mind. So, your grenade goes off, and, like, the blast stuns, like, is like a stunning, blinding flash to everybody in the room. The guards on the far end of the room aren't, like, actually affected by this, but they raise their hands anyway. Like, Chen, you quickly, like, turn and, like, look away. Roddick, you definitely take some stun damage, and Rayla, what was your overall effect?
But no, I did not beat my fort defense. I was stunned by 1 and took 5 damage.
Okay, so this grenade goes off. You tumble away from this guy as he like releases his grip on you. But he is still standing and he's like waving his pistol about like as his as he's like obviously his head is ringing, but he's actually still up. The guard is going to take a shot at him.
Oh, I didn't realize the turn order thing actually shifted up as you went.
Yep.
I expected to be an indicator that was rolling down.
Does the condition track affect your reflex
Yes.
save at all?
Affects everything.
Everything that the condition track affects is already automatically calculated by the sheet.
Oh, cool.
These sheets are neat. Ooh, nice shot.
Unfortunately, does stun grenade say anything about leaving them flat-footed?
I do not believe so.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
think
so
so.
unfortunately that is not a hit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus.
There's the reason you guys got so much XP.
Well, I guess.
So he fires, it goes right past him. He seems to like dodge out of the way even if he's partially stunned. And we get to signal.
Where am I in relation to them? In the hallway.
You're in the hallway plugged into the HoloNet terminal, and you hear something going on in the background.
So I unplug from the terminal and I look that way.
You see Chen, like kind of coming around a wall, as there's like some sort of flash.
So I guess I roll that way. And
All right, yeah. So you spend your turn rolling back down that way.
Yep.
Rayla, you have this ringing in your ears. Your eyes are like hurting, but you can act. You know that the guy with your gun is somewhere behind you, and a grenade has gone off. Roddick is in front of you. What do you want to do? Also, people are firing blasters now.
I would probably just try to get out of the room because I have nothing to use in combat now.
Okay, so yeah, you dive out of the way and just dive out of the room. That's a smart choice.
I was going to try to take the blaster back, but with my strength, that's not going to happen.
Okay, so Rayla squeaks past Roddick, and out into the hallway. You see Signal rolling up, looking as confused as a emotionless robot can. The first guard who had not gone before, I think he takes a shot.
At least he's not taking -5 now. No one's in melee. It's worth noting the assassin probably gets an attack of opportunity against me for running away.
He doesn't take it. This guy misses as well. And we get to Roddick.
Oh boy, how far away am I from him right now with my horn ringing?
You're about maybe 7 feet away. You see him holding the blaster. Rayla leaves. He doesn't fire at her. And there's this tense moment where the other 2 guards fire at him, and he's holding the blaster. What do you do?
I can't have these people killing our potential witness, and also I don't like this guy very much, so this might not be the most damaging thing in the world. But I'm going to try to attempt to tackle him, and with my wrist dagger, I'm going to try to slice him right across where he was medically treated at his face.
Ooh. Okay. Give me
Pretty damaging, but I'll give it a shot.
Give me you're essentially charging this guy, right?
Yes, I'm trying to charge this guy.
Do a +2 to your attack, but be aware you're going to be taking a -2 to your defense.
I'll do it. I need to get this guy down here. Hold on 1 second. I am so terrible in that.
So you go to stab at him. You eject your vibro or your dagger. He sidesteps and pushes you out of the way, and you just tumble past him into a bunch of medical equipment. He looks at the swiftly getting out of control situation. He takes his gun, he puts it up to his head, and he pulls the trigger.
Did he twitch it first or not?
Yes, he had enough of an action to do that.
Did you have the perception to notice it was on stun though?
It would be absolutely hilarious if he
I'll roll perception. I'll roll perception for him.
That'd be the funniest suicide attempt ever if he fails this. Just freaking shoots himself in the head with a stun gun.
That might have been a fail.
Boy.
That's pretty hilarious.
Unfortunately, he has skill, focus, and perception.
Oh.
It's still only a 12. Well, it could be a little higher than a 12. But still.
Well, it's all relative about whether or not the thing in your hand is set to stun or to kill. I think you guys would probably argue that this would be on the lower tier if you guys were somehow in a situation where you wanted to know whether your gun was in the right position or not.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. He there's a red flash, and yeah, he blows the top of his head off. And I think there's like a stunned silence for a moment as people's ears stop ringing from the stun grenade, and everybody turns and looks into the room, and there's this corpse that topples onto the ground.
I was looking forward to him being a recurring wake up and be interrogated and knocked out horribly guy.
If he had rolled a 1, though, there wouldn't have been any getting away from that. That would have been hilarious. I honestly would have done, like, that would have been really funny if he had just stunned himself right in the face.
Can I use a force point to put his head back together?
He unfortunately used his force point when the grenade went off.
So yeah,
Yeah, there's like
gonna
the
sit up
stunned
and-
silence for a moment. You guys hear like alarms in the background, and once again, like the riot squad comes down the hallway, and then like they see that nobody's in an urgent position, and the alarms eventually go back off.
Boy,
Jen
I sure
says-
am glad you uncuffed the prisoner, Jen. I'm going to say as my ears are ringing as I'm trying to get to my feet.
I'm gonna say, well, sure, I'm glad you charged him with a knife instead of using your stun darts.
Well,
You.
that was a thing.
Okay.
So, you know, like a minute later, the security chief shows back up, and he's just like, "What the hell is going on? What have you done to my prisoner?"
He stole my blaster and committed suicide of it.
He just puts his hand to his head. This is why we. And like, I think you see a couple of the guards like putting their hands or their heads together. They're like, "Holy crap! That guy shot himself!" Like they're like hardcore.
Braddock sighs and says, "That's the easy way out. That's not hardcore." And he's just going to kind of look over to Jin and just shake his head and say, "Next time the cuffs stay on, Jin."
Fair enough.
Looks down at the guy and says, "Probably wouldn't have broken either." Terrible actor, though. I can't believe anybody bought that crap.
I think everybody else blushes a little bit because everybody else did buy that crap.
I'm gonna say, well, let's make the most of this situation. Rada,
Search the body.
go grab Orville.
So- I think Chen, Narsh pulls you aside and he says, "I need to speak with you in my office right now."
I'm gonna say, I'm busy with my ranger investigation. They'll have to wait.
Okay, yeah, you say that, and you see like a look of disgust come across his face, and any amount of cooperation that you were going to get from him, like you can see that it just disappears. He storms off, and yeah, you don't see him.
Anyway, Rada, go get Orville. Can use this mess to our advantage, maybe.
Roddick's going to sigh and say that, yes, we're going to look over to Rayla and say, "Cadet, make sure you actually lock your weapon down in the holster next time."
It was
can't
locked.
have a
What do
repeat
you
of
want me to
this.
do? I don't have a locking holster.
Radek sighs and says, "That must be the state of our funding. Make sure we get you an improved holster at the next opportunity. I'm going to pass you
To be
back your
fair,
weapon
I
and I'll
probably
head
don't
out
even
to
have
get
a
the guy."
holster. I think you have to pay for those.
Yeah, I'll go get Orville and bring him into this.
See across signal screen. I guess I don't have to look up his statistics now.
Yep. So, you guys go and interrogate Orville?
Now we're bringing Orville to the med bay. We're gonna interrogate him in this whole mess. Let him see what happens if he doesn't cooperate.
Yeah, so you drag Orville out of his cell. He's like, "What's going on? What were those alarms?" You just like push him down the hallway without saying anything.
I'm going to say, I think you're about to see the world of trouble that you're in. And then I'm going to, that's about all I'm going to say before I march him into the med bay.
So yeah, you guys get back to the med bay and you see that the Kaminoan nurse is like doing some sort of like preliminary examination of the body. There's like sort of a cordon around it, and he sees the body and like the brain and blood matter everywhere, and he's like, oh god, and he looks like he's about to retch.
Don't cry for this one. He came here to kill you. And I'm going to push him gently in Jin's direction to let him follow up that entrance.
I'm gonna say, well, as you can see, our other suspects haven't been very forthcoming lately. So if you have anything useful to tell us, now's the time.
I was trying to tell you, and then you shoved me in that cell.
Well, start talking. If you have something useful to say, make it quick.
He like looks around to everybody here, and he's like, here?
I'm gonna say, well, preferably before you get your head blown off too.
Yeah, I think you notice that you're like, they're pretty much all of the facility guards are now kind of like looking at you from their various posts. You're definitely the object of attention, but you decide to go ahead. He says, look, I told you, I know where a meeting is being held. It's in the. But before I go any further, when I reference something that you guys don't actually know, please do not pull a battle tech and look it up and spoil all of the things that you would not know about it in game. Very tempting to do that since Wikipedia is a thing, but when for say I'm going to reference a planet that you would not be able to really know much about, looking it up on the net and kind of figuring out what exactly is there, probably not a great idea. Same with looking through GM sections. If that happens, I'm gonna have to start just making shit up. So he says, "Look, it's in the Vendaxa system. All the bosses are meeting. There's some big meeting going down. I think they're having a deal with or something. It's 2 days from now. I think it's 2 days. How long have I been here?"
I'm gonna say, I think just about long enough.
It's like, look, I can tell you, like, I just make sure they don't kill me. Get me out of here.
I like just standing there looking at Jin because Jin seems to have a handle on this guy at least. Might as well let him keep that rapport up.
I'm gonna say, what else do you know? Do you know who's gonna be there? I need names.
So yeah, he's like he's looking around. He looks really nervous to be having this conversation just out in the hallway.
I'm parked next to this guy with my shit generator turned on. Just saying.
I think at this point, like, you're definitely getting looks from down the hallway. The occasional patrol stops and like looks in your direction. It's like, look, I told you, Eden Kreth was going to be there. He's like the boss of the whole Hurekdar. I know Corvano. He's going to be there too, and maybe Zelandra. My you know, I was telling you, my cousin, he got a gig on Corvano's guard duty, and he was telling me about it. It's like, I don't know who else. I just know that those three are going to be there, and like those three never get together. Something big has to be going down.
What do you think?
Can I check my data pad really quick to see how far away the system is?
Yeah, most certainly.
About how long it would take us to get there, like if we could get there in time.
Yeah, so let me move us back to the like the system map. You are right here, and Vendaxa is right here. It's just outside of the sector. You can what you get stepping away. I guess give me a use computers check just to see if you maybe get a little bit more information than what I was going to give you.
Use computers, not gather information.
Let me check the definition of gather information. That's typically going around asking people, but
There is
gather
a
information might be.
there is a use information or gather information for computers too.
Yeah.
Say that again.
There is one that specifically deals with using computer systems, but it's under use computer.
Yep, it uses use
Yeah,
computer
that's
instead
what
of
I
gather
thought.
information.
Yeah, it's a talent.
Gather information is generally like gathering it from people.
Yeah. Okay, so what you're able to find out about the Vendaxa system, it's it would take you think roughly like a day in hyperspace to get there. And again, what you know about hyperspace travel is if this thing is going down in 2 days, it's going to take you a day to get there. Like, you do not want to have any sort of delays. Vendaxa is not populated at all. It's a jungle world. There's pretty much nothing of interest there. It's noted in the Galactic database as having like a lot of very, very virulent wildlife. That's about it. Like, it's kind of a nowhere system.
What do you think? I might ask in Jin's direction. Definitely can't leave him here.
Yeah, he looks between the two of you, and he smiles a little bit. He's like, yeah, I mean, they'll kill me here. You got to get me out of here. Like, if you need me to talk to my cousin, I can do that.
We could bring him to the meeting. I'm going to
Like, you say that, and he suddenly like pales. He's like, no, that wouldn't be good. I mean, I'm not that big in the organization yet. You wouldn't want me there. Really, he just starts mumbling a little bit.
I want to ask Radek, I mean, do you really think it's a good idea to go to this meeting? I don't think we're really prepared to take on the bodyguards of some of the biggest leaders of the Hutt cartels that there are.
Should at least figure out what they're up to. Maybe this one...
It occurs to both of you that if this meeting is genuine, it is, one, a very, very big thing that Central Command needs to be made aware of. Two, you are probably correct in the fact that, like, if there is a major bodyguard presence, depending on how big the group is, this could be very dangerous. Three, you're also aware that if this is like some sort of really big important meeting, waiting for somebody else, like reinforcements from Central Command, like these meetings typically go down in like, judging by the remote location, like, it'll go down and then they'll all disappear and go their separate ways. Waiting any time for reinforcements probably will let them get away. And I guess the fourth thing that occurs to you is this could be, if you were to go ahead and try to scout this out, this could be like a really big opportunity for you to climb the ladder, so to speak. These are all really hardened criminals, and this is not like a chance you typically get. Like, people do not know where these people are going to be in advance normally.
Question: does faster than light communication exist in?
Yes.
So
You would be able to communicate this to Central Command, but the odds of them getting people there in time for the meeting, or to reinforce you, not certain.
I'm gonna ask Roddick. What do you say, Roddick? Into the breach?
Roddick says that we have no other choice. If this is happening, then we must do what we come out here and signed on to do. And
One more thing I will say about hyperspace travel. You don't know where any of like the other sector rangers are at really any given moment. You kind of have to like do a search for that. But in terms of distance, something that's only like a day away in hyperspace is very close to you. You have a feeling that like the odds of somebody being closer are very slim.
Well, I suppose we ought to load Orville up in the speeder, get back to the ship, radio command, and be on our way.
I think command might spring for at least some relief funds before we do this. It's kind of crossing his arms, and probably not a way they've been tight budgeted lately.
I say, well, I have some credits, and this looks like it's going to be a fangs out kind of operation. So, if there's any equipment you want and I can buy it, it's yours.
So I think you guys are having this conversation, and the nurse kind of comes up with a data pad. She says, "Excuse me, Rangers."
Your fee. Repairs.
Yes.
I thought perhaps you may wish to look at this. I know it is procedure for you to be given the preliminary examination of the. Well, she kind of turns back and she kind of shudders a little bit. She just hands you the data pad. I was not able to find much, but here are the details.
Alrighty, so what's it say?
It goes into like basically her physical examination of the now deceased assassin. It seemed like there's not a whole lot she determined at short notice. She did determine that he was in extremely good physical condition. He had like a number of pretty significant previous medical treatments in the past. And I think the thing that catches your eye is under like identifying marks. There's like a linked image, and it says one tattoo left hip. And it like definitely strikes you as an odd place for a tattoo. You like click on it, and I can show you an image.
Our ship has a ×2 hyperdrive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if we wanted to go to the meeting, we'd have to leave, like, now, because it's 48 hours travel time.
Yeah.
What happened to the screen?
I'm revealing things. Yeah, this is the tattoo that is on this guy's hip.
Spider with an eye.
Interesting. Keep that in mind.
Illuminati confirmed. No, sorry.
Definitely not. It's like a spider eye and possibly daggers on the ends. Weird.
So, you want to take your prisoner back to your ship and contact HQ?
Yep.
All right.
Really, get the speeder brought a
I guess
restaurant.
before we go, Roddick, did you want to? Is there like a requisitions office or an arms dealer we want to go see?
I was about to just ask that actually. Is there? Do they have an armory here that we could potentially convince them to give them stuff out of, or would be?
You ask one of the guards, and he kind of like roughly points you to one direction that's like for loadout and equipment, and the guy there flatly says that you've been denied access.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Gonna sigh and say
You're no
locals.
longer welcome here.
I think he casts like a look at Chen.
I guess we go with what we've got then. I don't think we've got much other option at this point.
It's worth noting, if you guys intend to make that meeting, you said it was in the Droxa, right? If so, that's gonna take us 2 days to get there, so...
We better leave quickly.
Yep.
No time to divert. So yeah, I think that get Rayla to bring around the hovercraft and get on the grenade launcher as we ride our way back.
You're required to sign some release forms for taking custody of the prisoner, but it actually goes pretty smoothly. You don't see Narsh again. It looks like they just want you out of the facility now. You're escorted out into the parking lot where your speeder is waiting. Like the security out here is really heavy. You notice that the turret is actually kind of tracking outside the wall. You get him into the speeder, and he's like, "Oh, jeez, talk about an older model." And you throw him in the back. You all hop in, and you speed off back towards the I think it's Il Anari starport. Anyway. We'll just cut right over there. I think you notice that you have like a police speeder escort like the entire way there.
They must really want us off this world. I'm just gonna kind of glare at them from my position up in the grenade launcher if they start following us too encouragingly.
That's a good thing we didn't come here to make friends.
Yeah, that it is.
All right, so you eventually make your way back to the hangar and to the Far Ranger. Pull right up into the cargo bay, and you I guess transfer your prisoner down to the detention level.
Oh, sweet, we have a map of the ship now.
Yep.
Wow, we actually made it back.
Yeah. And I think, Chen, you probably are like going immediately to the to comms to go contact HQ.
Yep.
I'm gonna complain about the lack of a medical droid on this ship. I have definitely a few aches and pains right now.
All right, yeah. So you get him loaded in there. I think maybe Roddick, you toss him into the cell and you activate the force field, and he kind of glares at you and then like plops down onto one of the bunks. So yeah, you put in a call to Central Command, and you get after a moment you get Sector Chief Flourish Kren's protocol droid, PRD-4A. Please hold for Sector Chief Crown. Do you wish to be there for the communique, fellow Sector Ranger Concord?
Yes, I think I will definitely make my way up for the communication.
I think
Okay,
I'll
yeah,
be
so you
conducting
guys
a
are-
diagnostic upon the cell to make sure it is sound.
Heavy metal boots walking up the hallway long before you see me.
So yeah, you guys are there, and eventually the image of Kron appears. You know this is a very expensive thing to do, to have real-time hyperspace communication, but when things are urgent, it's affordable for the Rangers. Um, he looks at you guys, and you see he's got like his cigarette, or not his cigarette, his cigar, and he puts it out, and he glares at you, his three Gron eyes for a moment. He's like, "So, I see you've been just as pleasant on Druckenwell as you are in your own backyard."
We get the job done, sir.
That's not exactly what I've been hearing. Like he turns to kind of look at you, Chin. And Vada, what is this I hear about you causing the death of a prisoner?
That wasn't so much that as the fact that they
I wasn't talking to you, Concord. I'll get to you later.
Well, at the end of the day, his original plan was to get away, so the only good one's a dead one, right?
He just he sighs and he puts his hand to his head. And he's like, "Oh, I thought getting you away from the sector would resolve my problems. Clearly, I was mistaken. Issues with an official complaint from the DSF aside, which we will deal with later when you return to Denon." And he looks to the both of you. I think you probably gulp just a little bit, whatever you think of him. He says, "What information were you able to get out of what's his name, Jen, Orville Jen? You said something in your preliminary message about a meeting."
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him everything we know about like where, when, and who's gonna be there.
That'd be Vendroxa in 2 days.
Yeah,
It would
he
be
looks
nice
pretty.
if we could get some assault dropships, sir.
He turns slightly in his chair to look at you, Roddick, and he doesn't even bother to grace you with a comment. He turns back and you can see that he's very surprised by the names you've been rattling off. He's like, "Well, this is certainly an unusual turn of events. Wasn't expecting him to come through with the leaders of the Hurek Dar." And you see him turn, and off screen you definitely believe that he's probably going through his data pad. We don't have anybody capable of making that meeting, though, unfortunately. Everybody's spread thin, as you know.
Well,
Anybody but us. I'm going to.
we're gonna be in
Again,
hyperspace
he
for 2
turns
days.
back to you,
so...
Roddick. He's like, "May I remind you that these are some of the most dangerous criminals in the sector."
Well, one of the most dangerous criminals in the sector seemed to get a face full of stun darts, so...
So I hear. We're going to have some talk about the application of force at point-blank range there, Concord.
I'll have to have a talk about your choice of weapons, armory manager as well. I'm going to make a comment back. In fact, I'll probably
That
be
comment
filling out
seems
a
to go
report right
completely
now.
over his head. It's like, be that as it may.
I think right now,
I take
I'm
it the
gonna-
reason you're taking up my precious time over the HoloNet is you want clearance to go to Vendaxa and investigate this little get-together of the black market.
Well, we're already going to Vendaxa, but I was hoping we could maybe get a little bit of useful information. At the very least, you'll know where we are if we die.
Well, since I know I won't be able to dissuade either of you, and he looks, maybe I can offer you some slight bit of assistance. In the event that they have too much for you to handle, and he turns back to Concord, provided you don't have a turbo laser in that armor of yours. The overall goal here should be getting information from them. Just taking them down, he kind of like shakes his head a little bit. It would make a dent, but you should take the opportunity where you can to hit them in the organization where it hurts. If you can get any information out of them at all, maybe have someone infiltrate the meeting, that might be more useful than simply just arresting them on the spot. Fortunately, I happen to know just the sort of person who might be able to help you. Although, and he kind of chuckles a little bit, might not be so enjoyable for you.
Any help we can get, help we will take, sir. By the way, while I'm talking, I'm going to be transmitting my reports, which includes a triplicately filled out official complaint for the armory guy, and also
I think as you're doing that, you're getting like an official notification on your compad that there has been an official complaint filed against you by the DSF.
I'm filing a commendation for Rayla for her actions in preventing the armed assassins from escaping as well.
Okay. So yeah, he kind of gruffly sends you some bio information. He says, look, there's an operative, I believe, on Druckenwell we've worked with in the past, a freelancer, not part of the organization. He looks to either to both of you. Might be able to come in handy. Goes by the code name B.
I look at the,
Oh,
I look through the data and see a picture, and I just say no.
There's actually no photo. It's literally just
Damn it.
like codename B has worked on this operation on this planet at this date. And there's like heavily redacted information, and then there's like another one, and it's like a long, mostly like 95% redacted list of like apparently covert operations that have taken place with some sort of conjuncture with the Sector Rangers. And then there's like a much longer list of suspected actions that's like almost entirely redacted.
Well, that's not very useful.
If you need someone to help you infiltrate this meeting, this is the person for you. I can't tell you much about him or her, but they have a very, very useful set of skills when it comes to matters of this regard.
Roddick's going to turn to Jin and say that we have
Shall
to
I
take what we
set
can
up a
get
meeting?
sometimes.
Like he looks to both of you.
We'll take what they can get. Just make sure that they're actually on our side this time. I've had it with moles after our last experience.
What is your response, Chien?
We're going to a high-profile meeting. Well, I guess a low-profile meeting of high-profile people from the Hutt cartels. So I don't really think anything would make this worse.
All right,
That's
so
a sign him up.
yeah, so he looks to you and says, "I take that as a go-ahead. I'll send a message. You should get a response within the hour. Probably some sort of covert meeting location. You know how these types go. This one's a little bit more eccentric than normal. Keep out of trouble." He kind of smirks. And if you die, make sure you file a report. He closes the link.
Roddick just sigh and say that he'll get right on that. Then he's gonna look to Jen and say that I don't like this one bit, but you know that they won't send us any reasonable backup. Sounds like just one person is all they're willing to spare.
So about 10 minutes later, you get a forwarded message on your compad, Chen, forwarded from the chief directly, and all it says is it's from like a numbered account, and all it says is primary fusion, 2:20 p.m.
Like, shows that to Jin and says, and then he's gonna call up to Rayla and ask what our ETA is. Make sure we're on time to make it to the meeting.
If everything works out for the jump, I'm about to program it in now. It should be just minimum jump time should be about 2 days.
Like, no,
That
2
is
days to
2
get some
full
extra
days,
practice in.
48 hours.
2 days to get some extra practice in, he's going to say, and he kind of winces as he, like, I guess tries to pop his shoulder back in from remaining damage. Speaking of which, is there anything I can do to help expedite my healing? And also, how much would I heal total,
well,
I guess?
You
That's
heal
what
over
I say.
time.
I typed that in.
Yeah, so I mean, would I be healing for like every hour I'm on the flight, or only like some of those hours? That's what I wasn't sure.
It's I
8
think
hours
it's every 8
of
hours.
rest heals you for, in this case, 2 hit points.
Yeah.
Well, I have treat injury as well, so
Yeah.
I'll kind of be, giving him like long-term care, I guess. While we're
We'll
on
deal
the-
with that on the flight.
Okay, excellent.
All right. So do you guys you guys do like a search, and you quickly find that there is a like a very very shady, disreputable club called Primary Fusion in the city. It's probably only like 10 minutes away.
What about a club?
We're gonna go to get bunker.
Oh,
Well, we better get going. I want to get out of here as soon as we can.
so why are we going to this club?
Yeah, so you're saying that as you're walking down the ramp, maybe towards this waiting speeder.
Indeed.
Well, we need backup, and apparently this is the best backup we're gonna get.
As a reference, you have not briefed me about the conversation you had with our leader yet.
No, well, I mean, like, as long as they would have, we can say they have.
Okay.
Would you? How much do you fill, Rayla in as like on principle? Do you give her all the details usually, or do you just like you've blown her off a
Well,
couple times?
after everything that's happened at this point, and considering where we're going, I think it's fair to fill her in on sort of everything we're up to now.
I'll actually be I'll fill signal in with the mission data as well, because that droid has proven its use considerably.
So yeah, well, you can consider like everything that, I guess everything that we know, kind of Rayla knows.
That's
Right.
just some extraordinary circumstance. Yeah, I think I agree.
Right. Okay, so do we know anything about this bee?
It's a terrible code name, I think, is all that Roddick is going to throw in there.
In my experience, most code names are.
It
To
could
answer
be
your
worse.
question, though, no, we don't know much other than that they're an eccentric person among an eccentric lot. So expect
What
anything.
about this club we're going to? We know anything about it?
Don't know, don't care. We're not staying for drinks.
Do we at least know where it is in town?
Yes.
Right, I guess I'll drive then. Yes.
Okay, all right. So everybody hops into the speeder and heads to Primary Fusion.
Roddick's on the
It's-
grenade launcher as usual.
It's not very far from the starport. It seems to maybe cater to that sort.
I'm going to, at this point, I'm going to double check and make sure that the grenade launcher is in fact powered up now.
Yeah, you flip your kill switch, your Roddick safety switch, and yeah, it is powered up.
Oh, by the way, the condition track, we can basically assume we're back to normal because you can spend 3 swift actions to get it back up by 1 level.
Yep.
Oh, cool. Good to know. Thank you. Before we're actually speeding in the speeder, I remember we were gonna do the healing thing. I wasn't sure how much health I got back. Something
Healing
else
is
occurred to
going
me.
to be over the trip.
Oh, okay.
Healing
you
is
can-
generally not a fast thing unless you guys have med packs, which you don't.
Okay,
Yeah, it
excellent.
requires a med pack to use first aid.
You guys got like a tremendous allotment of credits just for your guardian and your land speeder. Like several
yeah,
hundred thousand.
absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, you guys pull up outside of like a what could only be described as a dive that is attempted to go to hyperspace and failed. There's like various shades of like laser light coming out from pretty much every orifice of this club, and outside there's like a sentry droid and a Gamorrean bouncer, and there's like a fairly short line of people to get in. And you can
At
hear
least the
music
line
like
is short.
thrumming from inside.
I think Roddick's going to step clearly into this line. I don't know what they're going to think about somebody that's very blatantly dressed like a Sector Ranger with outright shiny gold and blues. I don't know how the reaction will be, but that's what I'm doing.
I'm gonna go to the front of the line and flash my badge and say I'm here on Sector Ranger business.
Yeah, like the Gamorrean's like the Sector Ranger. Like he gives you like a look, and he like looks over to the guard droid, which like shrugs its shoulders. Give me a persuasion roll.
That looks pretty good.
Nice.
That definitely looks good. Yeah, he looks you over, and he's like, "Don't cause trouble. Boss won't like."
Keep your nose clean. I will probably comment as like,
Well,
looking. Oh God. Riddick, or not Riddick. Roddick is going to run out of ammunition in this place.
But saying that to a pig person is mildly derogatory.
So yeah, you guys go in, and I think signal wheeling up behind you, like beeping a little bit as you guys enter the confines of the club.
I assume that all these pictures don't apply to the club.
You hope not.
Yeah, I would hope not.
Yeah, there's an ATST bursting through the wall. We got issues.
The giant spider monster.
We'll get to that part of the campaign eventually. You guys get in, and the whole thing is shaded with like a neon pink light for a second, then it switches to purple and then over to red, and it starts cycling through colors. There's several dance stages. There's basically poles coming down from the ceiling that are emitting like holographic images. And dancing around those poles are girls from a variety of species. Several definitely catch your eye, either due to their attractiveness or their various states of undress. And you walk in and you see like there's, even for like the random time of day, there's like a significant crowd in here at the various booths, tables, and over at the bar. And you see like upstairs, there's like a pair of stairs on either side of the bar that leads to an upstairs area. There's like a more private area up there where there's like apparently another dancing stage, and you can see several people kind of leaning over the balcony, like just kind of looking over the area.
What were the instructions you were given for the meeting again?
Yeah, so it was primary fusion, and I think it listed like I think there was like a booth number.
Well, I guess we're gonna go find
like,
that booth number.
It was like 10. Like 10 A. And like you like show that to a hostess, I think. She's like, "Oh, that's upstairs, honey." She points up towards the top, and gestures you that way. You should know though, we don't serve their kind here. She points to Signal. Signal probably lets out like a disappointed whoop. He'll have to wait by the door. I don't know why the bouncer let him in. He stupid Gamorrean.
And I'm just going to ignore her and continue on with the droid.
Okay.
I'm,
Well,
I
you
think
reach
I'm
a set
gonna
of
do,
stairs.
You can use your hover jets, right?
Well, they're
Yeah.
they're jets of a kind.
Well, they're like
Um,
hover pods. They're like they're They're
They
like,
are the
repulsor lifts.
things. They are the things that R2D2 uses in Episode 2. So if you wish to set off little retro rockets in the
No,
club,
that's flying.
no.
Those are
It's
there's
a
two
separate
different droid
purchase.
upgrades.
It's more expensive for that form of it.
This is like
You
the
don't-
thing that
you
like
don't
Sith
get
droids
a
and stuff
lesser
use.
version that's more subtle. It is this. Like it is the same thing.
Okay, I'm going to continue up the stairs and let Signal decide what Signal's gonna do.
So Signal's confronted with a set of stairs. Does it say repulsor lift?
Yes, that's what it is. It's hovering. It
No.
uses repulsor
Does it
lifts.
literally say repulsor lift?
Let me go look up what hovering says.
I do know they're two completely separate movement things.
Just because they're separate doesn't mean they look different.
I think they're described differently is the thing. I think that's what Foster's getting at. Like the actual description of how they work is
Unless it
really
says
different.
repulsor lift, it's not invisible. Repulsor lift is how a speeder works.
Hovering droids use repulsor lift technology to
Okay.
float solely above the ground, within
Alright.
3 meters.
Okay, so yeah, you start floating up the stairs. And I think you get like a bunch of looks as like this droid, like you bring your wheels up into your compartment and you just start floating up there, kind of wobbling a little bit back and forth, and you all make your way up to the booth. You don't see anybody waiting there. It's close to the stage, and you get like several looks from people. You obviously see some kind of business-looking guys at tables, and you see like what look like more bouncer and bodyguard-looking types here. So you go
At
and sit
this-
at the booth.
At this point, I also want to establish that Chen is a gay asexual Bothan. Just for reference.
Very well.
As you wish.
Roddick just hates aliens, so not really hates aliens, but has a just general dislike of aliens. so
Rayla
that's
probably would have
played
bought a
him here.
drink, but as she has no credits to her name, she cannot do so.
So do you guys all go to the booth?
And we're gonna sit down at the, well, I'm gonna sit down at the booth and wait impatiently.
Okay, so there's Bunko. How would you describe your character as she dances on the pole in front of the booth?
I'm gonna start flaunting my stuff in front of him like it's
Oh boy.
So what do you
Okay.
currently look like?
So Chen goes, you be.
I'm bending over, I'm spreading.
Well, I mean, like
all
what
that
race
stuff.
are you?
I'll be Twillick.
Okay. All right. So there's this
I might find
Twi'lek.
that mildly offensive.
Yeah, there's this Twi'lek in front of you with like pasties with like little florals, and as she gyrates, they kind of like go in circles.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to do a little bit of light reading on my data pad.
She seems to be getting like uncomfortably close to the table.
I think Roddick's just crossing his arms and saying that we're here to meet someone. Move along.
Wow.
Move along. Move along.
Well, I'm someone, baby.
I think I was just going to basically you kind of probably only see as your own reflection in my visor as I'm kind of looking at you, and I'm just going to say, not who we're looking for. We need someone with different talents. Move along.
Oh, I got a lot of talents, baby. You want a lap dance?
She like
Move
slinks
along,
down off
citizen.
of the move along, citizen. She
I'm
slinks
going
down
to,
off of the pole and like rubs her way into the booth right next to you, like uncomfortably onto your armor.
Signal's little eye goes zoom in, zoom out.
I'm going to look up through my data pad and look concernedly over at Roddick.
I think I'm going to take out my stun cuffs and I'm going to say that I'm going to say that I'm not sure how you might feel about these, but if you do not stop interfering with a official ranger business, that I will be forced to fine you and also turn you in for a mandatory 30-day sentence.
Ooh, Rangers. I've heard about you.
She starts to snuggle a little bit closer, Roddick. I think at this point she's probably doodling her hand across your breastplate.
I'll look over and say, Roddick, we don't have time for this.
Alex is going to.
You sure you don't want a private lap dance, baby?
You
I
have
like
3 seconds to comply.
I like big men in armor.
You have 2 seconds to comply.
Oh, fine. You don't want to give me any tips or anything.
I think as you say, give you any tips, I'm going to just kind of raise my right arm, and a bunch of flechette tips will pop out of my
Solid tips.
shoulder gun.
You have
You have
1 second to comply.
Yep.
Oh, fine, baby. Here, I'll give you my business card. You call me if you need something.
From where do you pull your business card?
Between my breasts.
Okay. Yeah. So she produces a business card from between her breasts, and she puts it down and kind of slinks off.
I walk to the dressing room.
Okay. So what does the business card say?
It says B.
And that's all.
And party leaves. Oh my. It just says
So,
B.
so Roddick, you look at the business card, like right in front of you, and you notice it has like a single letter on it. It just says B.
Roddick's gonna look at that and say, he kind of glance back that way and say that, so what? We're supposed to, send the Mafia a hooker? I thought we were getting real backup.
So that happens, and a very large Biff. Let me come up with an image for you. Several large figures like walk up to the table, and look down at you.
Roddick's gonna look up and, say, can we help you?
I'm gonna say, no, Roddick, we can't help them.
Among them is this very large Bith with like a scar across his face. He looks fairly nasty looking, and he's like, and like the guy next to him is like a gruff looking Twi'lek, looks off in the direction that B disappeared in, and looks back to you, and he says in basic, that whore give you those coats that she just looted from my boss. You paid her to shake him down.
Sir, I wanted absolutely nothing to do with that. And
I'm
we're
going
kinda
to
point there in the direction.
You notice they have weapons like right at their hips.
Do you have a registration for that weapon?
Like they just like stare at you and they're like, I think we need to talk. You need to turn those codes over now, or you're going to disappear.
Can
Right
I
about this time, you see like a large furry form kind of like walk into the room with like a blaster carbine, looking about. You notice that like everybody in this section of the room is like looking at you, because like even over the music, these guys are like yelling at you, and it's very clear that they're like threatening you even from across the room.
Roddick is going to show him our ID and say that we were not here to take your codes, but I am very curious what these codes are now. And I'm going to stand
Like
up.
they look back and forth to each other, and one of them's like, "Sector Rangers, what?"
What
Give
are
me
these codes
a
for?
give me a persuasion check.
I will give you one.
Roddick has
Here we
rolled
go.
nothing more than persuasion. I find that hilarious.
I roll my worst stats. It's my fate.
Can I use
Oh
deception to
my
print out fake
God!
codes?
It doesn't matter.
Wow.
The Twi'lek reaches across, grabs you by the scruff of your neck, and drags you out of the booth. And says, "I think you don't understand what we're talking about." And he pulls a blaster, and people start screaming.
I shine a
think
light in the
everybody
guy's
needs to
face.
roll initiative now. I'm gonna go
Oh,
over to the
God.
before everybody does that. I'm gonna go over to the battle section.
I was gonna use deception to print out fake codes.
Doesn't matter when he rolls a 1.
Doesn't
so
matter
everybody-
why
Everybody
is
give me
he doing
an
the
initiative
talking?
roll as like
So-
these thugs start pulling blasters.
Because he's the sector ranger, and I'm not even a deputy yet. So
Remember to click on your token and hit the upper initiative, Roddick.
The one
And
underneath
go
the
for
force
it
points
right
and stuff.
Now. Give me 1 second. I'm looking. Ah, here we go.
Hit what? Oh, that.
Click your token and then click the button up top that says initiative. It's under force
Oh!
points,
I am, man. These dice are just awful today.
and
like,
it'll
across the
automatically
board.
add you.
yeah,
And make sure you uncheck the use dex is decimal.
Well, it won't.
It
hurt
doesn't
anything,
matter.
But yeah.
I don't need to see 0.14 behind everybody's number. Okay, here's one.
Jesus, Roddick. 28.
Yep.
that's his old score though. He was
Oh.
11.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Oh, that's a lot.
That's strange they didn't update. It should have automatically changed, George.
Did he click his token first?
No, I bet not. Roddick, what did you roll? 11?
Yep.
Next time, make sure you have your token highlighted.
Oh, okay. I must have. I thought I did, but I must not have. It was an awful freaking roll. Like, holy crap.
Oh, they're actually rolling pretty well for initiative.
So
They kind of need to.
why is Chen at the top of the turn order over 17?
I haven't moved everything yet
Oh,
to
yeah, 'cause
reorder
I
it.
thought it automatically moved.
Yes.
No.
It does put you in the box though.
Whoa, that's an inordinate amount of force points. Rolled a 1. Oh man.
Oh God.
All right, let me add these guys. And now we set it to descending order. There we go. Wow, one of them. I guess this is the one that's grabbing you. He pulls you out of the booth, and you hear a chunk and a, and you see him pull a vibroblade out of his coat, and he goes to stab you with it.
Oh boy. That's not good.
Sector Rangers making
He
friends on
definitely it
DRUCKENWELL.
slashes right across your armor though and skips right off of it unfortunately. I don't think your reflex is at 10. And it scores across your armor, and it jags right into the booth behind you, and I think everybody's eyes widen as this happens. There's like yelling as people are just like pulling weapons and stuff all around you. So on to N41.
It's searchlight time.
Oh God.
Go,
This is why you need rave mode. Next time before you do that, tell me who you're targeting.
It's a cone.
Yeah, but your allies are technically within the cone as well. Anytime you're doing an area of effect, Foster, you need to specify before you just roll. But it,
I mean, I imagined I was like underneath the booth on the end, looking out.
Underneath the booth?
I mean, it's like a table, right? If it's like a table booth.
Yeah,
Or
but
it's-
people got to have their legs under the table. You're basically outside of the booth. This turn, you can give them a -2 on basically all the thugs.
Well,
but
I'm gonna reroll. But with
You
knack.
can re-roll.
Knack.
It's
Actually,
attack
no,
roll, you can't
that's
use
attack
knack
roll.
for that.
Never mind. Sorry. No.
Yeah, okay.
Forget to say anything.
That
That was the other skill I wanted to take. I forgot to.
Yeah. But in the future, Foster, cones can affect friendlies too. Especially when everybody's literally up against each other, and especially when one of them has one of your guys by the scruff of the neck. But in this case, you're in the position where you can get it off this turn and not affect anybody. But they all get -2, fortunately. Is that it?
And I activate the shield over us, but yeah.
The shield specify allies or everybody within the shield?
Everybody offended, but it's only 10 feet.
Okay, so it bubbles around literally everybody in combat.
Okay.
You literally just said everybody. You didn't say, I asked you if it was allies or everybody within the shield. Literally these people, God, alright, I'm gonna have to draw a booth for you guys and explain how a booth works. They're sitting in a booth. The people you are like in conflict with are standing at the edge of the table. And
Oh,
you're
they're
at
that
the edge of
close?
the table as well. Yeah. How do you think he grabbed him by the scruff of the armor and started pulling him out of the thing? Like, they're not across from the thing from you. Like, within 10 feet is So the shield goes off. Thug 2 pulls out a blaster pistol, unaware of like, what happens if you fire within the shield? Is there something about combat within the shield?
It only affects people who that get hit, so it's kind of
It
weird.
doesn't work like a shield bubble. It just gives a shield rating to everyone within range.
Okay. All right. So he pulls his gun out, and he goes to fire at Roddick too, I think. Oh, but there's a -5 to that. So that is a 14 minus another 2. Oh yeah, that's a big whiff. This blaster pistol goes right over your shoulder, Roddick, and burns like a hole straight through the booth and like into the next booth, and you hear screaming as people start running. Rila.
I draw my. I'm right next to the guy grabbing Roddick, right? Or is that correct?
Well, keep in mind, people have to be on the inside of the booth. So if you say you were next to Roddick, it means Roddick is currently between you and scooting out of the booth. Only 2 people can be on the outside of the booth at once.
Okay. So.
Are you one of those people? It will determine where it will determine where Chen is.
I figured I was sitting on the inside of the booth, kind of next
Okay,
to
all
Roddick.
right. So if you're on the inside, Rayla, you can be on the outside of the booth.
Okay.
You will be across.
What action is
from
drawing your
Roddick,
pistol?
though.
Is that a swift or a move?
I believe that is a move action. Let me take a look.
Yep, it's move unless you have a quick draw, in which case it's swift.
Right. So I draw my pistol and try this. Am I in a square next to the enemy attacking Roddick or not? I'm trying to determine if point blank.
Yeah, point blank.
Okay. Okay. So there's no -5 penalty firing into melee. I'm in melee range. I want to shoot him
Because
with my
you have
blaster
point-
pistol on stun.
Point blank negates firing into melee.
No, it doesn't. But if I'm next to him, you're using a blaster in melee, which you can do.
Firing
Okay.
into melee only counts if like you're firing into somebody else's melee.
Okay.
Yeah, like if I'm more than 5 feet, like if I'm more than 1 square away from him, then it counts as the firing into melee.
Well, it depends. Are you firing at the guy who's holding him by the armor, or the guy who just took a shot at him?
The guy who's holding him with my blaster set on stun.
Technically, you would be firing into melee then.
Okay, then I'll shoot the other
He's-
guy.
Okay, yeah. Probably makes a little bit more sense. Like the.
I was trying
him-
to determine if that
yeah.
penalty existed or not.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, you just line your blaster up to the guy who just fired at Roddick, I suppose.
Yes, because I can't use a swift action for anything. I have to use move to draw it, and then I just use
Yep.
standard to attack.
Okay, all right. Roll
Blaster
an
pistol,
attack.
Stun. Hold on, let me make sure my actual. Did I take my condition track away? Yes, I did. Okay. Stun. Go.
Oh God!
Then.
Okay, so the blaster shot goes wide and it hits like some sort of light fixture on the other side of the room. The light fixture explodes, and again, like people are screaming and running out of the off of the the balcony, or I guess off of the raised area where you guys are. Jen, things have gone to shit again.
Yep. I'm gonna pull out my stun pistol and shoot at the guy who shot at Rock.
This is like the OK Corral. Like,
Pretty
everybody's just
much.
pulling pistols and shooting at point blank. All right, yeah, take a shot at him.
Ugh.
Okay, yeah. So, like another shot goes wide over him. Let me see. Wait. That might. What is the benefit for the shield? That's only
If they
negation
take
of
if
damage.
they
10
take a
less
hit, they
damage.
take 10 less damage.
Just like blurred off the shield, I guess.
An 11 is a hit. So, 6 stun damage.
No damage is dealt.
It does no damage, and the shield doesn't get reduced.
So we just did an endless
Yep.
fight here, basically.
And,
Well, the blaster pistol, that's a really low roll on a blaster pistol. On a, I don't know what the die is on a stun pistol. in
2d6.
particular, but
it's a 11 and it's a 1 in 6 chance
his
that it
has
will get
3
past the
dice
shield.
there. Must be different for a stun pistol.
Kind of late. Everybody draws their
Uh-oh.
guns.
You all star.
Everybody draws their guns and shoots each other, and nobody
Yes,
hurts
with,
anybody.
With the shield
That's
up, it is
amazing.
very unlikely we would do much damage to these people at all.
It's
Roddick.
I
User
per-
entered your channel.
Roddick's got a plan to deal with that, but we'll have to see. Welcome back, sir.
So I cut out where?
We were just telling, I guess they're saying that we guess he wouldn't get any damage by the way the shield works.
Yeah. So he fires it, and the stun blast. You see like an arc of electricity like move up this shield, and there's like a little bit of a feedback along Signal's body, and Signal lets out like some sort of low whoop, as his shield obviously absorbs the blast. And then we get to the thug. This is the third one, like standing in front of you. I think he starts moving back, and he too pulls out a pistol, and this guy takes a shot at I think Rayla's the closest. $20.
Ouch.
Ooh, yeah, that's not a.
not a natural 20 dice, I think.
Yeah. So 13 damage as he pulls his pistol and he shoots Rayla.
Guess that would be 3?
That's negated down 10, right?
It decreases by 10, and my
Or
shield
yeah, so your
drops
shield
by 5
your
points.
shield dissipates 5 points. How much do you have left of your shield?
Basically, it starts at 10. If I take
Every-
a hit more than 10, it decreases by 5.
Okay, all right. So your
So,
shield like goes down
At
by
5
half.
points right now.
and you only take 3, fortunately, Rayla, because of the like basically this field that's being projected around you, and you get the feeling that this would have been a really nasty shot otherwise.
Well, it's stun damage too.
No.
No,
Yeah, the notes are
he
wrong, I
fired it
think.
in regular damage, but notes the stun is through 2d6.
If I were to use it as stun.
Oh, okay.
If you mouse over the damage, he did roll 3d6.
Yeah, there's again more screaming. Only like a few seconds have passed. Right, so from across this screaming floor, you see several guys in business suits get up, and Bunko, you recognize the guy you stole the codes from, get up and get like swiftly moved off of the floor, and huddled away by bodyguards, but one of them stays behind and pulls a weapon, obviously to like cover his boss while he escapes. And I think he takes a shot at... I don't think he has he doesn't have a clear line of sight to anybody, so he actually pulls his weapon and he moves up basically behind Signal. Like it seems clear that he's getting a bead on everybody in the booth. And that leaves us to Bunko. Bunko, you see this happen, and he has like his back to you.
Alright. I'm gonna shoot him in the back.
All right. So when he's not, I know there's got to be a bonus to this. He's flat-footed, obviously, because he doesn't know that you're there. So he gets denied his dex. Is there any other benefit?
Well, that would have been really convenient if we were on grid. We can do auras, which is.
I'm guessing it would be a surprise attack, which just means flat-footed.
Yeah, I'm making sure though, because I'm just scrolling up through the special combat rules. It'll only be another minute. Want to make sure you get any bonuses. You flanking. Oh, you would get a flanking bonus. Oh, but that's to melee. Damn it.
If I
Yep. It's.
carefully aim at his head or something like
Well, you can take an aim action.
Yeah,
Remember,
I think
aim is a swift action.
I think it's actually 2 swift actions to aim. There's a feat that can make it 1, but I think it's actually 2. You can't like move and aim unless you have the feat for it.
He's standing here though. If you want to take 2 swift actions, you can aim.
All right.
Okay, so you
Aiming by default negates cover unless he has the 1 feat that gives a plus to it instead.
do you have careful shot?
No, that I can't get that till about 2.
Okay, all right. So it doesn't give you too much of an advantage right now, but you still can technically do it. So give me a roll.
Any modifier?
No, the modifier is going to be to his defense.
I do have point blank, so I'm gonna add that.
Yeah. Ooh, that's going to be a hit. Yep, definitely. That's way more than a hit. So, yeah, you take your ascension gun, you draw it, and this Wookiee, yeah, you see this Wookiee draw this unusual pistol, like put it to the back of this guy who's walking forward towards you guys, and just light him up in the back, and he takes 13 points of damage. He gets like knocked forward and like bumps into the guy who's holding Roddick. And we finally come to Roddick.
Ooh, I think I know exactly. How close am I to the stairwell?
Pretty far away. You've got people in between you, and the stairwell's probably about like 15 feet away-ish.
Is there a banister or anything nearby?
Yep. Well, I mean, it's nearby-ish, but again, you've got people between you.
Ah, shoot. I was gonna try to see if I could get this guy over there and kick him off. Is that a possibility or not a possibility? Kick him out of the shield at least if I can.
Within the realm of potential. I'm gonna say you're gonna have to make a grab, I think.
I'm gonna try to steer him towards the banister and give him the hardest kick I can in the chest. If I don't take him over, at least I'm trying to kick him out of the shield and into the panicking crowd.
Okay, so as a standard action, you may make a grab attack. It's an unarmed attack that doesn't deal damage, and you take a -5 to the attack roll. I will say that if you manage to grab him, you can make a check with your strength to see if you can move him to the banister and chuck him over.
Yeah, either that I could try and maybe get him in position and then punt him. I don't know, one way or the other, whatever you think works. I'm definitely willing to do it.
Give me a standard. Let's see. Give me an attack with. I guess this will be a D20 plus your strength plus your base attack.
Okay, so let me just roll it with a roll.
And you're going to be taking a -5 modifier.
Here we go. Watch it fail.
$12, and that is against reflex, I think. Might be enough on this guy. Oh, that is enough on this guy. That's hilarious. So you grab him. Give me roll a strength check. Just go up to your attributes and roll strength. All right, yeah, that's enough. It's not enough to get him over the banister, but Roddick grabs this guy who previously had grabbed him by the collar, grabs him by the collar, shoves him past the bodyguard, and like gets him all the way to the banister, and like they're like struggling over there next to the banister.
I will definitely take that.
Thug goes. This is the guy you just grabbed. He's got the vibro blade. I think he's going to make an attack against you. I wonder if there's a negative if he's grabbed. Probably not. Until he breaks the grab, a grab creature takes -2 penalties on all attack rolls unless it uses a natural or light weapon. This is definitely a light weapon. It can't move unless it breaks the grab. Yeah, he's not even going to try to break the grab. He's definitely going to try to just stab you.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh!
Is it 18 a hit on reflex?
I don't know. How do I tell that? Is it my reflex bonus?
Go to your reflex.
No, it's not. It's a 20. It says total.
Yeah. So yeah, again, it scores right off of your armor. You feel like this thrumming dagger that you know can cut through pretty much most mundane material, like go right across maybe your side, and like you look down and like maybe you're like feeling lucky that you have really high quality armor, and like he starts jabbing at you with it, but yeah, no dice, literally. Signal.
I move to whatever. Well, actually, I searchlight in a cone that would get more enemies than allies.
Still possible at this junction because Roddick is the only one who's left the booth. So give me an attack roll. The little searchlight that can partially help.
It's a 10, but it hits fort defense, so it depends what their fort defense was.
1 point higher than that. So yeah, -2 though. That's still nice. So these guys are still partially blinded. One of them is like, "What the hell is this droid doing here?" And like goes to like kind of like kick you out of the way, but he doesn't like take a full action or anything to do that. He's just kind of
And I
doing
use
it.
the quick action thing to start boosting the shield. It gets stage 1 of 2.
Yeah, okay. Right, so the other thug goes. I think he's going to take a shot at Jen. Oh, that's a miss. It's like, I think it blows right through somebody's drink on the table. It explodes everywhere, vapor going all over the place. Jen, you're covered in somebody's soda. And he starts backing up and like actually like trying to get out of the spotlight, and he's aiming and just like firing into the booth. Rayla, it's your turn. You've just taken a shot. There's still somebody like right outside of the booth. He's like the last person, and he's like looks like he's going to back away.
Okay, I get out of the booth with my move action. As my standard action, I shoot the guy who's backing away with my stun pistol.
Yeah, so like you dive out and you roll out of the booth, and which guy are you shooting? The closest to you, the one that just shot Jen.
The one that just
guy?
shot me. The one shot
Okay,
at me
yeah,
last
yeah,
turn.
that's the guy closest to you. So he's definitely still in point blank. Give me an attack roll. That might
Get
be a hit.
13.
Yeah, that's a hit.
But only 8 damage, so it's probably detonated by the shield.
Yeah, your shield doesn't go down though, right? Does it have to do more damage than
Yes,
your current shield?
it's
Okay,
more than
so
the current rating, so it
okay,
drops
so
to
your
nothing.
shield, your shield just goes, and it drops all the way down. It drops the damage down by 5.
Yes.
Okay, so he takes 3. You see, like, it looks like a dead-on shot right for his sternum, and then like it gets absorbed by the shield, and he only gets knocked back a few steps. It looked like it would have been a really nasty shot for him otherwise.
Well, he basically takes 1 damage because it's the stun function of the pistol.
Oh, is it a stun?
It's the stun on the blaster pistol, which is only 2d6.
Oh,
So-
I didn't know that you were using it as a stun.
Yeah, that's why it's blaster pistol stun. I have 2 separate rolls, one for stun and
Okay.
one for not.
All right. Does he automatically take a condition for that?
I believe so. I'll have to look for sure, but I think so. I
Okay,
think
I'll mark
if
that down.
it takes a condition damage unless if he breaks their fort defense, I think they take 2 condition damage.
So it's a guaranteed negative condition anytime they get hit with a stun,
I think so. I will
Okay,
I
that's
will
cool.
confirm that in a minute.
no matter the damage. All right, Jin. Rayla rolls out of the booth and starts shooting this guy. You see Signal's shield collapse. Roddick's over, like, trying to chuck a guy off the balcony. What do you do?
Let's see, the guy who, or, well, no, I guess it doesn't matter. I'm going to kind of, like, move towards, like, the edge of the booth, but not get out yet.
Okay.
And,
So you scoot out to the edge.
Yeah. And I'm going to take a shot at that guy that Rayla just hit.
Nice. Okay. This is definitely within point blank as well.
Ooh.
6 is not a hit, unfortunately. Yeah, you fire and like it just zips right by him, and I think it like catches a dancer like right in the ass as she goes tumbling off of the stage.
Actually, I am incorrect. He does not take stun damage at all.
Oh, no
It
condition damage.
It only does the half normal damage unless you break their damage threshold. Then it takes 2 stun damage.
Okay.
2 on the condition track, you mean,
Yeah,
right?
2 of the condition.
Yeah, okay.
But
Alright.
I only did 1 damage, so it didn't do anything.
All right. Oh boy. boy. Yeah, combat at lower levels is a little bit funny. It's everybody's a stormtrooper level. The third thug, I think he looks and he starts backing towards the stairs. He backs right past Bunko, looks up and sees the Wookiee, and he gets a bizarre look on his face, like what the hell? And he just starts running towards the stairs, like what the shit is going on? So thug number 3 just starts bolting for the stairs. I think this technically triggers an attack of opportunity for you, Bunko, since you're using a pistol. Make an attack of opportunity, single free action, only make 1 attack per round. Yeah, you may make an attack of opportunity against this guy, I'm pretty sure.
This guy's in point blank.
If he ran past him at melee range, it triggers an
Yep.
AO.
Yeah, so you fire a shot off, but it just goes wide, and he runs down the stairs. So the bodyguard goes, and he's like fully consumed with the Wookiee in front of him, and he takes a shot at you, Bunko. $20.
Oh!
Oh
Ouch.
God! He rolled a 20 on his damage.
God damn!
That's
I'm-
my hit points.
Holy shit! So he turns and he just lights you right up in the head. You have all right.
Wow.
I didn't think this was gonna come up so soon.
Whoever that guy is,
Uses
high
of
level.
uses of force points. If you are reduced to 0 hit points and would be killed, you can spend a force point as a reaction to avoid death and instead fall unconscious. You only are killed if that blows past your damage threshold, right? What is your damage threshold, Bunko?
Being that I'm a Wookiee, I'm actually at, I think, 20 now.
The exact number is going to matter.
It's 5 more than what the medium is.
Well, damage threshold isn't just determined by your size.
It's based on your
Is it on the
fortitude
sheet?
defense.
What
Yeah,
is
on
what
the
is
sheet, I think.
what is your
It says
threshold on your sheet?
13.
Okay, so adding 5 to that would be 18, so it does blow past your threshold. A shot, I am almost positive this is how it works. I will bring it up in the rulebook just to make sure, but when we were going over it, I'm pretty sure a shot that reduces you to 0 that goes over your threshold is a kill shot. You can spend a force point to reduce that to 0 and just fall unconscious.
It's either death or fall unconscious. That's the choice.
Yeah. I'm looking it up right now just to make sure, but I'm almost positive that's how it is. Wasn't expecting it to come up this early.
I'm kind of shocked too. I was like, holy crap, when I saw that roll pop up. Oh my god.
Well, I don't know which guy shot him, but has a +9 to attack.
Yep.
Crazy mods on that pistol too. +4.
Yeah, the extension gun's really good.
Yeah. Well, that's blaster pistol actually.
Oh, I guess that's true. 3d6 +4 means it's one of the really good modded pistols if it's a standard blaster pistol.
This is taken straight from the book, guys.
Or it could be just half level as well, if he's a high
Half level will
guy.
do it.
So,
I'm triple checking this.
okay, cool. Yikes, man. That's more damage than I think I've seen rolled so
Yeah,
far.
but if it is just
Holy
half
shit.
level, then he's at least like an 8th level guy.
Well, actually, it has been rolled that high before. We had an 18. My shield was up at that point, so it only took 8. But
Yeah.
right now the
that's
shield is
pretty
down.
lethal.
We've actually seen some high damage rolls, but we've never seen a high damage roll paired with a high attack roll is the thing.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's the double.
It's not even really a high attack roll. It's just an average attack roll for that guy.
11. 50%.
I guess there's a reason he's a bodyguard. Dang.
Yep. Yep.
Sad part is that wouldn't have even hit me for 20. That's exactly even my armor wouldn't have saved my ass there. That would have been boom.
Well, your hit points though. You would have had enough hit points to take it, I think.
Yeah, I would have. I mean, I've got plenty if I'm fully healed.
wouldn't.
As
I'd be
stands,
dead.
I would have been very, very bad.
Oh,
The stands, I'd be at 5. If it happened to me, I'd be at 5 hit points, right? Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. I shut up. My bad. Old habits die hard.
Can you all see this aura when I put it up? Out of curiosity.
They should not be able to see anything you put up.
Oh.
Yes. Again, sorry.
Well, they're not
Used
supposed
talking
to.
this stuff.
Can Star see it?
Yeah, I can see everything you put up.
Interesting.
Oh my god. Not expect the first shot to hit Bunko to be like that. That was... Yikes.
Okay, yeah, you are going to need to spend a force point here. And you are going to be unconscious.
Everybody dance now.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm still looking up. Somehow I lost this page. We're gonna keep going, but I'm gonna be partially distracted while I'm looking this up.
I think that's what it is. If you
Yeah.
go past it, you die.
Yeah, I know the rules, but I'm wanting to make sure just because this has come up. Oh, and Bunko has to go to the next turn.
Here, I'll look it up for you. Go ahead and
Look up unconscious. For some reason, I cannot find it. Like, it's not listed in
Attacks that deal
combat.
massive damage of damage can incapacitate. Your damage threshold determined
What page is that?
147.
146 under hit points.
Oh, I just skipped right over it. 0
Above
hit points.
it's above the picture. Yeah.
Yeah, you put yourself down at 0, or I guess at the farthest end of the the condition track, -5. If it exceeds, if it exceeds or meets, yeah, equals or exceeds the damage threshold, the creature is killed instead. Falling unconscious, a creature pushed to the bottom of the condition track is reduced to 0 hit points or falls unconscious. When you fall unconscious, you are prone, unable to take any actions. After 1 minute, you may make a Constitution check. So you don't even make anything just yet. All right, so I'm going to remove Bunko from the initiative track. Roddick, your turn. You see this Wookiee just get shot in the face and go down, like, right
I'm
there.
not a Wookiee anymore.
Does she regain
Yeah,
her
well,
stock form
yeah,
when she falls
Yeah, like
unconscious?
you see this Wookiee get shot in the face, and then like this look of horror goes over its face, and then it starts like morphing into like some hideous creature as it like continues to shift forms, and it goes back into like the form of like a kind of a slender. I'm gonna need to find a picture of a Clawdite. But yeah, like he untransforms, and you see that this was definitely a shapeshifter.
I think we'd love to investigate further, but at the moment he's got bigger fish
Yeah.
to fry. So I'm gonna try to get my my glove around this guy's throat and tell him that that he is encouraged to remain silent, and then I'm going to try to fire my my flechette gun right out of my wrist while I'm trying to pin him there.
Okay, so you're holding him by the throat. You are encouraged to remain silent, and then you're just gonna point blank flechette right into his throat.
So, wow.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm going
Okay.
to do.
How about this? You give me your attack roll, and I will tell you the results of you doing this.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Damage is green. Attack roll
How'd
is
I get 9 damage? That doesn't even make any sense. This thing only does 1d8.
that means you rolled the 8.
It's plus level.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All weapons
Yeah.
get plus half level. We're level 2 now,
Oh, that's
so they
cool.
get plus 1.
So you rolled a 7. Was that a... No, okay, that wasn't a 1.
I should say, weapons in the hands of heroic individuals get half level.
What that's gonna be. None of us can get a very good attack roll, but
Roll a d6. You hit.
wow.
Yeah. His reflexes are really low at his level. If a target is successfully damaged by the darts, they must succeed an endurance check DC 15 or be paralyzed for 1d3 hours.
I'm gonna give you an hour roll.
Let's see if he passes. Oh, he does pass.
Oh, wow.
So he resists the poison, but he takes the damage. It's like
Takes 9 points of darts.
He's like, and he starts falling back. Ironically, he had 9 hit points.
Oh, God.
So he, like, you see him just start choking, and you release him, and he falls back, and he's like turning blue, and he's dead.
I'm guessing you can't stabilize an NPC, or it's no way to stabilize on medical anyway.
Not in combat. Not unless you're willing to, like, actually, like, use your turns to do that.
Even if we did, I think it takes a treat injury check.
Yeah. Something you normally can't do in battle. So yeah, you just fire these darts in, and I think you see several of the darts actually penetrate through his throat and, like, go straight into it. And, like, you know that, uh-oh, maybe that was a little bit too close.
Oh, boy.
He gets removed from the initiative track.
That's why they call them less
Signal.
lethal, not non-lethal.
Signal, what do you do?
Is there a way I can get both the remaining thugs in my searchlight? Or the 3? I guess it's 3, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
And I could move to do that if necessary.
Yeah, you're gonna have to use all your movement, but using the power of droid trigonometry, you can do that.
Yep. And then I think my quick action to boost the shield, it goes up to 5. And I shoot the searchlight.
Yep.
Or 17 this time.
That's a hit.
That's a -5. To that.
Okay, yeah, so these guys are totally blinded. This guy's gonna take a shot at Rayla.
How's this? If you see my aura, I have a shield.
Oh, it wasn't a natural.
Oh.
It was yikes. Yep. All right. So he.
Wow, -5. That's pretty bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was his bonus for getting blinded in the face. He, like, takes a shot, and I think he shoots the other guy in the boot. Doesn't actually damage him, but it, like, blasts the heel off the guy's boot. And he shouts something in Biff, to the extent of, like, "What the hell are you doing?" Rayla, what's your action?
Where's the guy that shot Bunko?
He's standing right over Bunko. I think he's turning around, about to take a beat on somebody else. It should be noted there are 2 guys, like, directly in front of you who have been basically firing
Yes.
either at you or the guy right next to you. You have no cover.
I switch my blaster pistol away from the stun and shoot the guy in front of me.
Nice. All right, give me an attack roll.
Rather be on stun? I definitely need to buy a better stun pistol. I think the hold on. And the answer is 9.
Oh, do you get a benefit? Was that adding your point blank?
It is not.
You hit him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you get point blank +1, that's a hit. So you deal 15 damage.
Yes.
You shoot him, like, right through the throat, and his eyes go wide. His hands go up to his throat, and he just, like, falls backwards. Rayla just, like, caps his ass. Chen.
Things have escalated quickly.
Okay, so so 2 thugs are dead now, correct?
Yep.
Okay,
And
where's
apparently
the
a
last
Wookiee
one?
that has turned into, like, some sort of thing on the floor. The last guy that is still present is standing over the body of the Wookiee, and the former Wookiee, and he's turning around and, like, leveling his blaster, like, roughly in Roddick's direction, I think. And it's at this point, Roddick, he says, "Oh, Roddick can take the hit."
Yeah. Oh, that 20 would have hit me. That wouldn't have been fun.
Where's the bodyguard guy at?
That's the guy. He's roughly like 12 feet away from you to your left.
That's the guy over by the Wookiee. Is that what you're
Yep.
saying? Okay. And then where's the other thug? Or is there a
Yeah.
thug left?
He ran.
Oh, okay. So it's just the bodyguard now.
Yep, just the bodyguard. Everybody else is cleared out. I think you see a
Okay.
passed out dancer on the other side of the floor. They got hit with a stray stun blast to the ass.
Okay, I want to like point my stun blaster at this bodyguard guy. And I want to yell at him that we're law enforcement and that to put his weapon down. And I want to like kind of ready so that if he takes a shot at anybody, I'll shoot at him.
Do you have that feat that lets you like tell people to stand down?
Demand surrender? No.
Yeah. Let me look that up because I'm
as
not going
far
to be
as-
able to.
As far as persuasion goes, the best you can do is spend your entire turn, which means you can't ready anything. Try to
Yeah.
convince him, which is a persuasion check, and that will lower his condition against us by 1 level if it succeeds.
Yeah, are you going to do that?
So
Oh, wait,
it'll go from hostile to whatever's right
Different.
next to hostile. But it's a pretty hard check if he's hostile.
Yeah.
Could be cool. Just up to you, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for that. Then.
All right. Give me a persuasion roll. Because you can always roll a nat 20. 22. Attitude steps. So that's the equivalent of a 12. He hears you. Shifts to his turn.
Shoots you in
His
the
eyes
face.
go wide, and he just goes to shoot you. Does a 13 hit?
Hit me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. It just barely goes past you. I think it clips your jacket or whatever, and like this smoking like hole appears right past you as this blaster shot just goes right past you. And he does not take surrender as an option, apparently, right in the middle of a firefight. Maybe it's the music. Roddick, your turn.
I am just simply going to say lethal force authorized after I see him take a shot at Yin, and I'm going to attempt to rip my handgun out, and I'm going to point it at about a 45-degree angle up towards the ceiling and pull the trigger. But I am not actually aiming it at 45-degree angle, obviously. I'm aiming it directly at this guy. I want to arc over any crowds that might be
No, there's
nearby.
nobody here.
Okay. In that case, I might not even have to do that then. I might just aim straight at him and take a shot.
Yep.
I can pull it as a
Roll.
move action and then fire, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Making sure that was within my possibilities.
Is this our first use of the slug thrower in the campaign, I think?
I think it is, actually.
Ooh, that might hit.
Like a desert eagle.
Yep! I've actually got an idea for an even bigger handgun down the line. We'll have to see.
17?
17.
Not quite enough.
Wow.
You hear boom, boom, boom as he starts firing his heavy slug thrower pistol.
It
and
is
he's
worth noting. If it is close, if you want to, you can spend a force point to make it higher.
that is technically true. Roddick, do you wish to spend a force point to roll an additional d6 on your attack dice?
You know what the hell? I got 6 of them. I'm doing it.
Okay.
First
Right,
force
go to
point
your
spent.
go to your
Oh.
sheet. Go up to
For
force points
non-self-defense
and click
purposes.
the roll force point.
Use
do
the
I
force
do I
radic.
downgrade it, or do I just hit roll force point? Roll force
You
point,
just
right?
hit
Click
roll
the button,
force point.
It'll roll an additional point, and it gets added to it.
5
So you have
points.
a 22 to attack.
Oh, that's definitely a hit. He takes 8 damage. It looks like it hits him solidly, and he staggers, but he remains standing. And yeah, lower your force points by 1.
Dropped it down by 1. Totally worth it though.
Signal. Gunfire everywhere.
I go to restore the shield and then I shoot my pistol on stun at the guy he was attacking. Oh no, he's in at the guy that Roddick was shooting at. Yep.
Okay.
Pistol shot.
So this little
Done.
panel flies open on signal, and like a tiny little blaster pistol barrel kind of emerges, and he fires a shot. For a hit on
Nice.
stun.
8's never gonna break this damage threshold, so it's gonna be like just do 4 damage.
Yeah, so he takes 4 damage. He staggers back like half a step. And Rayla, it's your turn.
I will stun the guy as well. I swift action and switch mine to stun. I will try to stun him.
Ooh, another shot. Another 4 damage.
A 20. 20 and then 4 damage.
You guys you start
Actually,
firing
it's-
stun bolts into him.
I wonder, is the +1 applied before or after damage is halved? It's probably before, I would think.
Yeah. You start firing stun bolt after stun bolt at him, and he starts backing up like half a step after half a step as you just start firing into him. It's very clear that he has like some sort of under armor, I think, because he's just taking blast after blast. And like Roddick, you and Chen are able to like look at this guy and easily identify him as like a caliber of threat far above the others. Like he is definitely some sort of hired professional. He's got like a leather jacket on, and like beneath it you can see like he's got some sort of light armor. And he's leveling his blasters at you, or his blaster. Chen, it's your turn.
What are you doing,
Let's see
Chen?
here. 1 second.
Sure thing.
I guess I'm gonna follow suit and shoot him with my stun pistol.
All right. Give me a stun roll. As everybody flicks over to
God
stun.
damn it.
Yeah, you fire and it hits him in the chest, and it seems to just like disperse like right over him. He's like slowly backing towards the stairs as he's taking his shots. Who would he fire at? I'm gonna see if he. Let's see here.
Interesting to note that all the different ways people denote stun on their weapons.
Oh, okay, yeah. He turns and he fires at Signal.
Oh boy.
He is
Sure.
with a 29.
No.
He identifies Signal as a threat here.
It's kind of a neat idea. I like that.
To be fair, Chen's pistol is an actual stun pistol, not the stun setting on a blaster
Yeah,
pistol.
that's true.
Is a 15 a hit?
I have 16.
Nice.
Very close.
Yeah, very close. If you were closer to him, like at point blank, that would have hit. Yeah, so he like.
Point blank is actually within 30 feet. Isn't it?
Oh.
It's the first range bracket.
Yeah, that's a hit then. He's literally just like this whole basically dance floor is like roughly point blankish. If he gets down the stairs, that'll yeah, you'll get a GM point for that one, Foster.
Because there's actually another feat you take for 0 range, which is more.
Yeah.
But
So fortunately your shield is up though, right? So you just take 1 point of damage.
it's only up at 5 right now.
Oh, okay, so you take 6 and your shield goes back down.
Yeah. That's what it was.
Okay, so yeah, you take like a solid shot to the chassis, and you get like I think you get knocked backwards a few feet, and we get like a distressful alarm from Signal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
and he
actually
turns
opened
and he
the-
starts making his way down the stairs. Roddick, you have the best vantage point on him since you're over at the banister already. And you can see he's starting to make his way cautiously down the stairs, but he's not turning his back straight to you. Like he's like covering himself.
I would probably be announcing to stand down and then assault on officers, and then as he hits signal, damage of property, and I see him start moving towards the stairs, and I'm just gonna go, oh hell, and I'm going to throw myself diving as fast as I can to try to tackle him down the stairwell.
Oh god.
I'm vaulting straight in.
I have to look up what a Bantha Rush actually does because you cannot do that since you don't have it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to Bantha Rush so much. I see him on the stairs. I figure it might be a good
Well, a
opportunity
Bantha Rush
to-
is technically like a tackle.
I see.
Bantha
Uh,
Rush
Nothing
is
I
if you want
can't
to
do. I
knock
can
him
change
back.
my action.
I'm going to let you tackle. It's just I can't. I'm having to look at this to make sure you don't get the same bonuses.
Well, I don't
yeah.
think Bantha Rush knocks him back. He's kind of like running up and grappling, I would think.
All right, we're gonna go with a grab check like before. So give me an attack roll with strength and Bab.
You know what I forgot to add on last time is also my would my +1 racial bonus for melee attacks count here?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll throw that on the elixir too.
most
then.
definitely.
Here we go.
I forgot you even had that. That would have been applying to a lot of rolls. Ooh, a 23 is
Ooh.
that
Is
is
it-
a success.
Is a 19 a crit on yours? Oh no, that's a grab. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that hit.
There's
there.
only a very very few circumstances where a 19 can be a crit.
Bad face.
Give me just to see what exactly happens here. I'm gonna need 2 rolls from you. The first, I need another strength, just a pure strength check. And don't roll a 1.
You just had to say that, didn't you?
You did
Okay,
roll
so-
one, 2 of them.
So, I think this is the exact same strength check you made last time. You dive over the corner of the balcony and like smack right into him, and you knock him down the stairs. 12 is enough because like you have gravity and an angle at your advantage. He takes like a shot at you, but like it goes wide and it like smacks into the ceiling. You tackle him like down the stairs. I'm gonna need you to roll endurance now.
Ooh, interesting. Let me roll my endurance. There's only one endurance button, right? I'm still making
Mhm.
sure. Oh, okay, here we go. Rolling endurance. Guessing I'm gonna take some damage.
You take 6 damage.
Ooh.
Yeah, so you tackle him down the stairs. He's gonna have to make a check, though.
No way I'm gonna let this guy get out of here.
And endurance is literally just con plus the skill, so that's like oh, he definitely does not get the advantage on this one, so he's gonna take some damage too. Yeah, so you tackle him down the stairs. He ends up taking less damage than you, but like you both like end up just sliding down the stairs and like smack into the bottom, and you see people are still clearing out of the bottom of the club, and you see this Gamorrean bouncer coming in through the bottom with like some sort of stun pistol, and there's the like the security droid coming in, and like they're just like scanning for targets, and they see you on top of this guy.
Oh, okay.
Signal. targets have left area of opportunity here.
I roll to the stair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see Roddick lying in a heap on top of somebody. And like you see people like screaming and running out of the doors.
I searchlight both of them.
Okay. Roll an attack roll. That is six. Does it have to meet or exceed?
I think it's usually meat, but
Okay. All right. So, Roddick, what is your fortitude?
That would meet it.
Okay. Yeah. Both of you. It meets both of your fortitude, so both of you get -5 as this bright light comes down from above.
We both think we actually died falling down there.
Rayla?
Light's gonna get us.
I guess I will move to be beside Roddick. I don't know how I have enough movement to get there or not. 30 feet, I imagine, is my movement.
Well, you run to the top of the stairs and you see that Signal's kind of taking up the top of this stairs, and you move to like maybe run past him, and you see like this downed form of like this shapeshifter. You notice that, and you start running down the stairs to go assist Roddick.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can roughly get there ish. Jen.
Okay, well, I want to, What does the bodyguard look like?
He looks a lot like Roddick, because he has Roddick on top of him right now.
Race is he actually? I'm not actually sure. I forgot. But you remember you mentioned it.
He's a human.
It's the human. Interesting.
What is he like?
has-
What is he like wearing?
He has like a long like leather jacket over his torso, and you thought you caught a glimpse of some sort of armor beneath it.
Okay. I want to.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. God damn it! Fucking rolls tonight.
Roddick, Signal, and Rayla, you can give me perception checks too.
-5, right? I'm assuming.
No.
yes, -5
Actually,
to
yeah.
attack rolls, perception checks, pilot checks,
Yeah,
and other skill
Not
checks.
not for this one.
Okay.
Got a nat 20 on perception.
I rolled a 2.
So did Signal.
So Signal, you pick up the sound of sirens in the distance, getting very swiftly closer. Just barely able to make it out of the over the noise, and same to you, Rayla. Twi'leks have very keen sense of hearing, I think.
I make a siren noise.
Woo, woo. So yeah, Chen, sorry to interrupt your turn.
Okay. Oh shit. Can I like yell at the Gamorrean and the security droid that we're like law enforcement and we need help detaining this suspect?
You want to pull your badge out of your coat and flash it and be like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, pretty much.
Give me a persuasion check. It's not going to affect the fact that they're going to see your badge, but I want to see how well this goes over.
34.
Whoa! Was that a 20?
was a
Holy
20.
crap!
Holy fuck! Like the Gamorrean just like you see him, his eyes go wide and surprised, like, and he quickly starts oinking his way over to the down 2, and like he quickly I think he, I know what he does.
Did you say Gamorrean? He already rolled a perception right? Situation
Yeah.
check against
Yeah,
earlier.
just to let you guys in. He's like terrified now. He's gonna be under arrest. So what he does is he jumps and he basically belly flops onto
Oh,
Roddick and the
God.
other guy. He just flops onto them like he's cannonballing into a pool. And the
Sorry,
the
Roddick.
droid runs up and like he quickly says, by civil authority order 133, you are both under arrest for violating like he starts listing off like several ordinance codes, and they quickly they start to surround the both of you, and Roddick, you have this giant weight on top of you.
Do I have
Armor
time for
begins to buckle a bit.
couple quick words in just before the end of my turn?
A couple quick words into what?
I think it's
Let's
free
say
as long
something.
as it's not super long.
I just want to yell at Roddick, time to go.
Okay, yeah, he definitely
Yep,
hears
definitely.
that. The bodyguard is going to have one chance at this. He's going to make an attempt to squirm his way out from beneath this horrible, horrible dog pile. I think he's probably going to have to roll a 20. But since there's always a chance...
Does my -5 apply? It says in other skill checks, GM decides.
Maybe.
Just throwing it out there. It's up to you.
It's always good of you to remind me. Break grab requires standard action automatically clears one grabber per level. Oh, so he can actually just automatically clear a grab. Grapple is when they actually have to break checks. I'm gonna say for this instance though, since everybody's on top, he is actually going to have to break a grapple. Here goes nothing. That's a pretty good roll.
That's a pretty good roll.
Oh damn.
Roddick, give me a grapple check. And give yourself a +5.
Ooh, nice. Let me do this 1 second. Where's
Grapple
on
is
here?
up at the top right, below initiative.
Ah, found it. Yep, here we go.
Okay, yeah, he slips out beneath you. And suddenly you're left with this fat Gamorrean on you. Chen, Rayla, everybody on top of the balcony sees this guy manages to slip out from beneath Roddick, and Roddick makes it a desperate attempt to grab him, but he makes a break for it, and he
Attack
starts
of
running.
opportunities.
Yeah, you have to be within 1 square for that, right?
It's usually if they leave a threatened square.
Roddick, he's leaving a threatened square, but you are on your belly, covered with a Gamorrean. I think you have your gun in your hand, though. So, you have an attack of opportunity on this guy.
Am I close enough to shoot him in the ass with my trank
Oh,
thing
God.
on my wrist?
Oh, yeah.
To get up?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you can
I'm
make an
gonna-
attack of opportunity with that.
I'm gonna make an attack by opportunity with my trank gun instead of my handgun in this particular instance.
Okay. Alright,
the
roll
I
minus
can bring him
five.
down without actually finishing him off.
That might be the smart thing to do since he has body armor.
Put that -5 in there, that's what's gonna suck. Of course oh, never mind, I thought I rolled it too. Never
Nope.
mind.
You pepper him in the back with your darts, and he keeps running, and he runs he's making his way into a hallway. Everybody on top of the balcony can see him, and they have basically one opportunity this round to do something. So Signal, you're on the top, and you were shining your light. He's going to be gone from your vision this round unless you go all the way down the stairs and try to give chase into this. It looks like maybe the bathroom, this tunnel leads to the bathrooms or the kitchens or something.
I can only move 6 squares. I'm just going to shoot him with my pistol.
Okay,
on
yeah.
stun.
Roll a desperate stun attack. Maybe you guys can bring him down before there's a kitchen chase. Oh, I see green. That's a crit.
Oh,
Holy shit.
Beautiful.
That blows past his threshold, so that goes down 2 on the condition track.
Indeed.
And he takes. Does he take the full damage?
He
takes
takes
10.
10.
Okay, takes 10.
You would take half of what was listed there.
If it drops him to 0, he falls unconscious.
He's
But-
not unconscious, but he takes a really serious blow. Signal, you like line up a perfect shot. I think there's like a targeting laser that comes out, and we hear boop 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 boop, and there's like this blue lance that just fires and strikes him like right in the back. And he goes forward several feet, and he like stumbles forward and like looks over his shoulder with like a very surprised look. Rayla.
I continue to chase after him and also stun him.
All right, so yeah, you use your move action to bolt down the stairs and basically get to where Roddick is, and then you use your firing action to fire. Not a hit. So you fire like a blast over his shoulder. Chen. Sirens are definitely getting closer now.
Yeah, I want. Can I do like a perception check to like look for like a side exit or something like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a smart thing to do. Yeah, you look over and I think you're looking about and you see a riot van, like hover van roll up, and I think what interrupts your perception check basically is like your face pales a little bit and like your jaw slackens as you see like a ramp roll down and a bunch of riot troops run out, and you see Narsh, and I think you're just like you're so distracted by this that you definitely do not see any quicker ways to go after him, unfortunately. You can still act though. That took only part of your turn.
Shit. Well, I guess I'm gonna roll a stun attack on the fleeing bodyguard.
All right.
Damn
Oh,
it.
yep, another blast into the wall. He hits he basically like slams into the end of the corridor, like bounces off of it and like goes through a double doors and disappears from view. Roddick, you are beneath the Gamorrean, who is desperately trying to restrain you.
In that case, I am going to start piping through with my loudspeakers on full. You're interfering with Sector Ranger investigation, and I'm going to attempt to try to get up and follow this guy. And
Give me a persuasion
if
check.
possible, I'm going to try to pull out my stun cuffs if this all goes to well. But anyway, let me see if I can. I don't know if I can do all that, but let me see. Let me roll persuasion first.
Poor little Piggy is so confused. Yeah, so like he looks up and he's like, "You're under arrest." Like he desperately is trying to just hold you down. You can break free of him, but you're gonna have to expend an action to do so. It's gonna be a standard action. So you can still have your move and your swift, but you're not gonna be able to like use a standard action to fire or anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that then. Yep, I'm intending to do that. But yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay.
To,
So you push him off of you and you like kick him right in the groin and like he rolls off like oinking in pain. What do you do?
Sorry, citizens, you're making a mistake, and I'm going to start to chase after this guy and start reaching for my stun cuffs. I probably can't get him out this turn, but
Okay.
I'm gonna try.
All right. Let's see here.
sorry about this, Bunko, that you got knocked out right on turn one.
That was really unfortunate. Man, roll to the head. There's gonna have to be a roll soon for unconsciousness. So yeah, you bolt off after him, and you, like, at the end of your turn, you reach the doors that he disappeared through. Signal. It gets to your turn, and you can see the doors to the outside of the club. There was basically like 2 sets of double doors, and you see the external set burst open, and you see lights coming through. You get the distinct impression that the police are entering the building.
I go over and I attempt an untrained treat injury on Bunko. I'm guessing.
Okay.
I think I can use it untrained, right?
What is the limit for using your jetpack per turn? You had like a recharge time, right?
You cannot use it more than 1 turn in a row.
Okay. You used it last turn to get. Oh, you're still at the top of the stairs, though, right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't actually move last turn.
Okay. Yeah. Good. I was confusing you momentarily with Rayla. Yeah. Let me bring up treat injury real quick.
I think I can use it untrained. I have a heuristic processor which allows me to use untrained skills, but I'm not sure if this has like the same limitations 3.5 as with like certain things can't be used untrained.
I'm looking.
I don't know.
Treat injury. First aid. Oh, you can as a full round action, you can administer first aid to an unconscious or wounded character. If you succeed, creature gains a number of hit points.
That's full round, so you have to be there.
Yeah, you gotta be there to do it. So you can get to him this round and attempt to assess the damage.
I'll do that. Yeah.
Should be noted that you can take 10 apparently when making a treat injury check, but you can't take 20.
Not if you're stressed. Well, hey, well.
Well, you can't really take 10 in a combat situation anyway.
Yeah, that's true. They do say that. Alright, so, Signal moves up to the unfortunately unconscious body. Rayla, you run after Roddick, I assume?
I pursue the guy, yes.
Yeah, so you run after Roddick, and right as that happens, like, the doors burst open, and you hear, like, DSF! Everyone freeze! And, like, basically the only person left at the bottom of the stairs right now is the poor Gamorrean guard.
They're
and,
getting a lot of
Jen's on
actions.
top of the stairs. What?
Like, the turn hasn't even come around fully. It's come around 1 time since you originally gave me the order, and they've taken, like, 4 actions.
There's like, more than one of them.
Okay.
And do you want me to spread this out over, like, 8 turns? And have it be really boring? Like, this is for interest of
This is
speeding
the
things
end,
up.
pretty much. So.
Well,
Yeah, this
presumably,
is-
one of them knocks down the door, and another one yells, like, levels his weapon. Another one's yelling, like, freeze, all that stuff.
Yeah, like, you're still, like, this is as you take off into the corridor. The only
That's
people,
got
like,
dramatic
remaining in the
effect at
room
this
are
point.
Chen and the Gamorrean and the bouncer droid. So, Chen, you're in the room when this happens. And I think, like, you were like figuring out how to get, like, down there really quick, and, like, when that basically happens, like, they burst through the front door, you're kind of, like, halfway down the stairs, I think. What do you do? Like, you had successfully persuaded the Gamorrean, but like, I think you still probably have your badge in your hand.
Where is, like, Bunko right now in relation to me?
Not in sight if you're on the stairs. He's, like, bleeding out on the floor above. Or she, rather. It.
Okay, could I, like, with this turn, could I potentially go back up there and slap binder cuffs on her?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, then
That's not like a full round action.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do then.
All right, so like you rush over and you see Signal like rolling this body over, and Signal like boops at you like, oh, someone has come to assist, and you like roll this person over and just slap binder cuffs on them. The bodyguard is running basically through the kitchens, Roddick. I knew we had to get to this scene eventually. He looks and he sees you pursuing him, and he takes a shot over his shoulder at you.
Oof.
Get his condition track negatives if they aren't. Oh, they should auto fire. Ooh, shit.
I didn't see what happened, but that didn't sound good.
25.
With his
13
negatives?
damage.
You have no negatives applied.
No negatives.
Oh, it didn't. It doesn't automatically apply condition negatives.
Yeah, it does. He 18 plus 7, so his -2 was plus 9, so he still got a 25.
Yikes. Yeah, Roddick, you take a blaster shot like right in the shoulder. And I think like you smack right into like a deep fryer or something, and you bounce right off of it and topple like down beneath cover as fast as you can. Wait. Partial cover. Would a 22 still hit?
Yes,
Okay, never mind then.
hits.
All right, yeah. So he fires through a bunch of pots and pans, and it still ends up hitting. Oh God. At least the damage rolled really low. It could have been worse.
Yeah, pretty not great shape anyway, so ouch.
Rayla, you burst into the kitchen behind him, and you see Roddick go down, like smacking into a bunch of kitchen implements as this guy like just starts to round the corner.
I take a snapshot. I might roll a 20.
Okay, yeah, he's got partial cover, but so do you.
I don't think I have any chance of hitting him if it's not a 20, but I can still roll a shot at it.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
always force points.
No,
Roll high
it
enough.
doesn't add enough, I don't think. Stun. Roll dice. Nope, it's not 20. It's a 16. Now, do I want to try to force point it? With the cover is -5, right?
Well, his reflex goes
No,
down
he's only
when
getting
he
partial
for
cover.
condition, I think.
It's giving him like a negative, it's giving him a -2 to your, I guess, your attack roll.
Yeah, it's probably not worth trying.
So that's a 17 minus 2, 15.
I also get to be. I don't know if it should work.
You have
but I'm kind of
I
biased.
will say you start to.
I
You
know
start
the
to,
damage
you
is
start
low.
to. You start to tap into your sense of the force, and you have a feeling you have a chance of shooting this guy if you give you give yourself into the force. You have a decent chance of hitting this guy.
That's the thing, though. I'm biased with the fact because I know the damage roll is there, and I know it's a low damage roll. So even if I hit it with the force point, the damage is only going to do 1 point of damage. It's not going to do anything else other than that.
Well, you can take your blaster off of stun.
Yeah, but I already fired it on stun, so...
This is true.
Yeah, I'm not going to spend the point.
Okay, all right. So it zips over and like skips off the back shoulders of his armor. You see it like it literally graced his back, like it actually touched him. Skipped off and it goes right through a chef's hat. Then knocks the chef's hat right off of this chef who's like crouching like behind a table, and he bolts.
Before he's completely around the corner, well, I guess is he gonna?
I'm gonna go to Signal
Okay.
first. I know
Sounds
we're
good.
slightly out of initiative order, but I thought it was appropriate due to the
No
situation.
problem.
Signal. This being who's bleeding out now has cuffs on him.
And,
They look like they're getting to the point where they're probably going to have to make some sort of
I
consciousness roll.
accept treat injury.
All right, before you do this, let me read this out.
Okay.
First aid. Requires a med pack.
Don't have that.
Is there no other way you can stabilize somebody?
Pretty much. That's what the force point does, is to stabilize. Other than that, having a med pack or force powers is the only way to stabilize.
Heal damage.
That requires a surgery kit.
No, that's perform surgery. Heal damage. You can make a DC 20 treat injury check to perform surgery on a wounded creature, healing an amount of damage equal to the creature's constitution, minimum 1 times creature's level. If you fail the check, the creature instead takes damage equal to its damage threshold. The creature was already at 0 points. It dies unless it can spend a force point. You can perform surgery on yourself to heal. Performing surgery to heal damage also removes any persistent conditions. The one that says perform surgery says trained only requires a surgery kit. You can technically use heal damage. That does
But if I
not say
fail, they
trained
take
only.
damage instead, right?
Yeah.
I might be better off not trying it, because, like, get DC 20, I only have a +1, so, yeah.
Okay, so
Odds are I'd
it's-
kill her instead.
Yeah. Next up is Chen. Before Bunko makes a roll. Chen, you're here. You see signal like beeping. I think like maybe ominously or maybe alarmed as he's like studying this downed individual. You've slapped cuffs on them, and you hear people like breaching the lower floors, and you hear like blaster fire from the kitchens. What are you doing?
Well, I'm going to drop the. Let's see. No, I do it. I guess I don't have it. No. So I'm going to pull out and drop the weapons that I have left. Drop them on the floor and then stand up with my hands raised.
Okay. All right. So yeah, like not this turn, but like within the next turn, you see people start to come up the stairs with their weapons raised, and yeah, the typical they're clearing the area, and you get the typical verbal commands. Bunko, it's been 10 turns, or I guess 10 rounds. You need to make a DC 10 Constitution check. On a success, you move 1 step on the condition track, regain consciousness, recover hit points equal to your level, and can act normally on your next turn, although you start prone. If you fail, I will go into the consequences of that.
Constitution 10?
Yeah, you just need to make a DC 10 Constitution check.
Get a 50-50 shot if you have a
So
0.
I just type that into the...
No, you
Click the dice
go to
button
your
next
sheet
to con.
and click the roll button next to con.
Oh, that's a 10?
Yeah.
You failed.
Oh. If the check fails, you remain unconscious for 1 hour, after which you can attempt another Constitution check. You can make a new Constitution check every hour until you gain. If you fail by 5 or more points, or if you roll a natural 1, you are dead. You cannot take 10 on a Constitution check.
You could roll
if
force
you-
point.
Yeah, you can spend another force point, and it'll basically
And not
continue to
die.
keep you stable, and you're going to have to make another Constitution check in another hour.
It's do that or die.
Okay.
All right, so mark down another force point, and Bunko's going to have to make another check in an hour unless he gets like an emergency treatment, which seems likely since the cavalry are here, although people were complaining about that. Okay, so in the kitchen, Roddick and Rayla. Roddick, you're up first. Roddick, you've just taken a pretty serious shot. Like, Rayla's right behind you, like maybe taking partial cover behind like a metal kitchen counter, and this guy's just cleared the corner again. Like, you're now kind of in like a zigzag situation. What do you do, Roddick?
I've got a decent amount of blood splatter probably under my armor. I've seriously looked like I've had a better day, and I'm kind of grunting, but I'm going to kind of glance up. Do I see a reflection of this guy in one of the pots or pans that are around here as he's attempting to flee the kitchen?
Give me a perception check.
Let me roll that. 1 second.
If you're gonna bank shot this, I'm gonna laugh so hard.
God, please let me pass this.
You do catch a glimpse. It's not very clear of like black motion. Like you think you catch the side of his jacket. Everybody else in here is like wearing white and orange, like for the colors of the kitchen staff.
If I can even tell, like, if I get an idea of even what wall he's behind, I'm going to aim, kind of look like I'm going to swing my gun up over my head, kind of trying to keep as much cover as possible, and fire at the reflection. And then, yeah, about halfway through the bullet's arc, it hopefully is going to pop and zig into a completely different direction, and
yeah, you
and straight
have
for this target.
You have slinker rounds, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Okay, yeah, that's what this is used for. Give me an attack roll.
Rolling attack. Right.
So like
here
you're like just barely over cover, and you're like reaching over and you're firing. A -2 for the cover.
Just
so yeah,
negated
you're
by the slinker.
User joined your channel.
And yeah, your bullet like goes right through the like the kitchenette and like the implements here, and goes right through the wall. And it zips around the kitchen, but yeah, you have no idea whether you hit him or not. Rayla, like Roddick sinks down onto the floor next to you, and you see he's leaving like a scarlet with like a slightly tinged blue trail of blood, like from his back as he like slinks down to the floor.
I think Roddick's gonna whisper to Rayla, I think, go get him, kid, and grunt in pain. Doesn't look like he's able to move very well.
Okay, well, I'll run around the corner, see if I can see the guy. If I can't, I'm gonna give up.
There's a door at the edge of the hallway. As you get to the edge of the hallway, it slams open, and you see him looking over his shoulders. He's bursting through the door, and you're both seeing each other for a moment at the end of this hallway. You want to take a shot?
Yes.
All right. Are you firing with stun or lethal?
I'll fire lethal.
You need to do this. Like, this is this thing that you guys like start rolling before I ask you to roll. You gotta tell me beforehand.
I have a 19.
That might hit.
And I rolled min and max on damage for 13.
That's a hit. 13. Holy shit.
And +1 if he's within 20 feet, but I don't think he is.
He is.
Then I actually have a 20 to hit and 14 damage.
Ooh, man, you smack him like right in the back, and you see blood splatter across the door, and he staggers out the back, but he takes a shot at you. Oh, shit!
Ow.
What is with the 20s?
Killing all the low hit point people.
I go down
Well,
and must spend a
people
force
are making decisions to chase this guy. Yeah, so
I tried to tell Roderick it was time to leave.
yeah, you take a shot as he's like, I think the last thing you see is you take a shot like right to the chest, and you go down, and he like the door closes, and he disappears into like the alley behind the restaurant or the club. I take it that blew past your threshold there.
Yeah, at this level, there's no way anyone has 20 defense.
You expending a force point to live?
I did, yeah.
All right. Well, so we're gonna end the session with like a lot of ambulances in emergency services craft outside of the club.
I have a feeling we're not gonna make the meeting.
Literally everybody but Chen is being hauled away, like in an emergency like services vehicle, like an intensive support Roddick is still technically conscious, but like they're having to hold him down because he's like fighting the restraints, and he's like, "Where? Like, what, did he get away?" And like I think you're there, and the ambulance doors slam shut, and it like zips off towards the nearest emergency facility, and poor Rayla is zipped off as well as the person you only know as B.
I think
you're left. I think it was a shape, like, I guess you just know this unidentified shapeshifter.
We know that there was a Twi'lek named B who went off somewhere, and then a shapeshifter showed up.
Came back as a shapeshifter that was a Wookiee that took a shot to the head.
Yeah, but we don't know the shapeshifter is B until she says so.
Yeah, you don't know. And so Signal, you're there with Chen, and both of you are like outside of the club. There's like police lights off, like pretty much bathing the entire neighborhood. And like there's this cordon around the entire block, and Narsh is just looking at you, Chen, and he's like, "I want you guys off my planet." And that's the end of our session.
See how that's fair.
I think
Very
Roddick the whole
nice.
time would have been trying to fight the ambulance, trying to insist that they get the police to cordon off the area. And
May I suggest that some
They
of you
slam in
pick
the
up
ambulance.
med packs?
Yeah.
Soon as we
I
get
have
paid.
one. I actually have a med pack, but I'm not gonna use it to wake up a criminal.
Do I have to
Well-
roll my after 10 rounds Constitution save?
No, you don't. You have emergency services there.
I may go
This
looking
is-
for B.
This is
because
why
I know
you
that
don't
B started
complain.
This
is why you don't
fight.
complain to the GM that SWAT shows up, because they've got the paramedics right behind them. Rayla.
Yeah. I think that I might look into
Jen, you
only
see
to,
see a
figure out
calculation
who
on the
killed
screen
us.
of medical
people
time
killed.
required days, time to meeting 2 days, not equal sign.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that goes down. I'm gonna have to do some things. There was a contingency if you guys couldn't make the meeting.
I just realized, is our prisoner still back in the friggin' hovercraft locked in the cell?
No,
he's
he's not
in
the
the
hovercraft. You left him in his detention
The hovercraft
cell
doesn't
aboard
have a
the
cell.
Far Ranger.
Oh, you're right.
No,
you're
the
right.
hovercraft does have
does it?
has a restraint unit.
Yep.
It required the loss of a third of your cargo capacity, but you guys can hold 3 prisoners.
I thought that'd be hilarious if he was just sitting outside with mounts to our squad car and he sees all this crap
I
go
think-
down.
I think there's going to be some very interesting cleanup next session. So yeah.
I'm very interested in what this person supposedly stole because that's what started the whole fight. And why
You didn't
this,
have to get into that.
Didn't start a fight.
Between my terrible rolls and picking the exact wrong times to be a good cop and a bad cop, I've created a pretty big mess here. I think I'm ready to just get off the planet and start over.
Oh, I think the planet's ready for that too.
I think we're getting thrown
Fortunately,
off
there
this world.
are 109 other planets that have agreements with you under the sector mandate.
At this point, I'm just hoping that Narsh is sick enough of me that he'll just let us go, basically, because he doesn't want to deal with us anymore.
Probably.
Well, right before Victor spoke earlier, I was gonna try and print out something to be like, here's some codes, go away. But then you spoke, and I was like,
Well, he spoke and then he rolled a 1.
Yeah.
That was that
Yep.
led to the fight.
Yep, if you fail in
Oh.
persuasion, their opinion of you goes
Yeah,
down.
Morrison, without persuasion like that, I think you should just
Yeah,
keep
nobody-
your mouth shut.
See, this is the thing with all of your characters, Victor. You always say, this is something I'm not going to do, and then it ends up being the most common thing your character rolls. Everything that Graves rolls is always Dex, and it's your lowest stat. And everything that Roddick rolls is literally your lowest stat. It's really funny.
Yeah,
the
what's
way
up
it
with all these?
works is-
What's up with all these fucking?
I am
melee
calculating
attacks?
XP. Let's see here.
Well, we failed
People down
utterly,
in
so...
Yeah, I was trying to bring people down in a non-lethal way because I figured this. I wanted to interrogate again, but it didn't go so well.
the stun
Well,
is really
whenever I
hard to use.
regain conscious, I can actually heal myself at a prodigious
Well,
rate.
I will say that the stun was making a difference towards the end because it lowered his reflex from down to 16, and that was a big thing because you wouldn't have been hitting him pretty much otherwise. Like, stun is really good, for actually making him easier to hit, and he was taking a penalty on his rolls. So
Really sad my heavy slug thrower didn't hit. That would have been
One of the
awesome.
things
yeah.
I want to buy is it's like a blue streak blaster pistol or something that actually has a 3d6 stun on it instead of a 2d6 stun.
I am really sorry, Bunko, that like 8 minutes after you show up, you get a blaster bolt right between the eyes. But at least you're not dead.
Yeah.
You had the worst
And you still
luck,
got
I have
4
to
force
admit.
points. I mean, after level 2, you get them all back. So
I've
mean-
never ever
Well, Bunko's
seen
level
anyone
1, I
have
think,
that
probably.
horrible of luck in a game like this.
I'll say when he attains level 2, he gets them all back. That's actually not that hard to get.
As soon as I gain consciousness, I'm filing a complaint to the Sector Ranger.
Get in line. There's a lot of people.
Hey,
I think I'll
Hook me
file a
up with
complaint
these,
against
quote,
B. If she would have just
Well-
told us who she was and why we
well,
were there, it
yeah,
would have been all done.
I mean, that's what they're gonna tell you back. It's like
Yeah.
if you had just told them who you were to
Instead
begin
of
with.
stripping into one of their laps.
And then, you know,
There's on my
stealing
ass.
things and then passing them on to us and getting us into a huge fight.
Damn it, Jen, the mayor's on my ass.
If anything,
You've
the
got in
Sector
your
Rangers be
badge.
filing a complaint against you.
All I gave you guys is a business card.
In a
It
lot
said
of trouble.
B, but yeah.
I came looking for you a second later.
But you
looking
could have
for
been like,
something
hey,
you stole.
hey, I'm B. Let's go. And then we're on our way.
What I should have done is saw the commotion and just went out the door.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate shoot down. I didn't expect you to get taken out one blast, I have to admit.
2 of you ate really nasty shots.
I had a whole bunch of small shots, and I've kind of
Yep.
gotten whittled down. Very sadly.
That part is you had the most defense.
Yeah, if I had full health, I would probably have actually, before we started this, I probably would have still been in pursuit shape, but...
Also, Star, can you give me edit permissions on my token?
You should have them, but I'll look into that. Everybody gets 800 XP.
Yay, XP.
Oh, wow, nice.
'Cause you
I
managed to
think we're gonna get
accomplish
XP
some
for that.
things, even if things went to shit towards the end.
Things were just kind of started shit and ended shit. It was just a shitty session.
What's the
really.
break point for level
Yeah, we
2?
just had
3K,
one...
I think.
3,000.
How many friggin' like sub-5 rolls did we make on 20s? I mean, holy crap.
A lot. You should have edit permissions, Foster. It's saying you do.
Is there an option to change which bar is which?
What do you mean?
He wants
Like-
red to be hit points.
I want red to be hit points and blue
The
to be
problem
shields.
with that is it places it over your character token.
It doesn't. You can't change the order.
it's the-
No, you can't.
No, yeah, it's preset.
The reason I
It's not
placed it
made
like
for
that.
circular tokens like that.
No, it's not. The reason I placed it like that was green was closest to the outside to use for shields. Anything closer, it actually places over your token,
I've been messing with tokens a lot for
and
our
you can't
game,
change.
and,
You can't change the colors.
They have
You're just gonna have to.
help
You're just
bars,
gonna have
so.
to deal with blue doesn't equal shields.
In BattleTech, the blue bar is aggro damage, so you really don't want that.
All right, so yeah, interesting session. Everybody stayed on planet. Pretty. It was a longer session than I thought. I
I tried to help you, Bunko. Just I could have killed you if I tried. So I
There were
was like,
several.
"Eh."
There were several opportunities to get Bunko in earlier, and a roll was botched, and people made other choices. So I had to go to Plan C, which was the last ditch effort to get him in. Was the club scene.
And then you got shot in under 10 minutes. It was the saddest thing, Bank, I have to admit.
Well, at least I got a shot off.
You did shoot him in the back. So we will continue next week. I will write up a little summary today, and I will see everybody Saturday, or I guess next Sunday for the continuation, and we will see just exactly what your crew decides to do.